Hello everyone, I am Taranjot Singh, your course instructor, and I am very excited to teach you Django and share all my personal tips and best practices. In this course, we are going to deep dive into the world of Django, one of the most powerful and popular web frameworks out there. We will start from the basics and work our way up to the advanced concepts, ensuring that you understand not just the how but also the why behind everything we do. We will explore how everything works behind the scenes, giving you a solid foundation to build your own robust and scalable web applications. Whether you are a complete beginner or have some experience with Django, this course is designed to help you master Django step by step. So don't worry, by the end of this course, you will have all the knowledge and skills you need to create amazing web applications with Django. I am thrilled to have you join me on this journey and I can't wait to see what you will build. So let's get started and let's master the Django together. So in this video, we will learn what Django is. So Django is a high-level Python web framework that encourages rapid development and clean, pragmatic design. So Django is a high-level Python web framework. What does this mean? If you want simple answer, that is Django helps us to build website or web services quickly using the Python programming language. That's it. If you want to leave the video here and if you want to start the course, you can. But if you want to dive deeper into what Django is, then stick with me. So Django is a web framework built by many experienced developers. It takes care of much of the hassle of web development so you can focus on writing your app without needing to reinvent the wheel. It is free and open source and it has a very large and active community, and it also offers a great documentation. So let's understand what is a web framework. A web framework allows you to focus on developing the business logic of your website without starting from the scratch. And that's what Django does. It provides code for many common functionalities to help you make your website or web service faster. For example, if you want to implement authentication in your project, you don't have to write it from the scratch. Django provides many functions and methods that you can use to implement authentication quickly inside your website. Django follows batteries included philosophy, which means it comes with a lot of features out of the box, such as object relational mapper and admin interface. It also has a very good way of handling form and many more, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Let's see which websites uses Django. So the first website which uses Django is YouTube, and I think you guys have used the YouTube website. And the second website that uses Django is Spotify, and another is Instagram, and also Mozilla uses the Django. So as you can see, Django is a very popular web framework and learning it will only benefit you. There are many more popular websites that uses Django, but I think these names are enough. So these websites like YouTube and Instagram are very large, and when I or others says that they use Django, it doesn't mean that they completely rely on Django, but it means that they are using Django somewhere in their tech stack. So I hope you guys understand what Django is, but if you don't understand, which mostly beginners don't understand first time when they start learning Django, so my advice is not to get stuck here to just completely understand what Django is. If you do, you might waste lot of time and you will regret it. But what my advice is that you start learning the Django from the next section, complete the course and then come back to this video, and then you will see that everything will make more sense. So in this video, we will download Python. Because as Django is a Python web framework, we need Python to work with Django and to install Django. And I suppose that you already know Python. I don't mean here that you have to be expert in Python, but you should know basics and fundamentals of Python, which also includes installing Python. So if you already have the latest version of Python installed in your system, you can skip this video. So let me show you that I don't have Python in my system. For that, I will open the command prompt, and let me open the command prompt, and inside the command prompt, I will give here the command Python, and you can see that I am getting here this error that Python is not recognized. And here if I give the command pip, you can see that I'm getting the same error, which means that I don't have Python in my system. Now to install Python, we have to come to this website python.org, and here in the navbar section, let's hover over this download link, and here we can click on this button to download Python. So if I click on this button, it will start downloading the Python setup, and it will automatically detect your operating system as it detected mine. And if you want some more options, then you can scroll down and come to this download section and click on this link, and if you scroll down you can see here more options. But the fastest way to download Python is just hover over this download link in the navbar section and click on this button to download Python. So let's run the Python setup which we downloaded in order to install Python. So let's wait for the setup to run. So here first we have to click on this add python.exe to path, which is important, and let's click on this checkbox as well. Now let's click on this install now button, and it will start installing the Python in my system. So you can see that it started installing Python in my system. So it will take just few seconds to install, and it also depends on your PC, on your system, how fast your PC is. So you can see that Python successfully installed in my system, and in order to check that if Python successfully installed in our system or not, for that let's run the command prompt again, and let me make the font larger, and let's clear the command prompt, and here let's give the command Python. So now you can see that it started the Python interpreter, which means that Python successfully installed in our system. And there's also another way to check that if Python successfully installed in our system or not. For that, we will give here command pip, and let's press enter. So now we should see some commands, some subcommands. So it is showing us some commands. So you can see that Python successfully installed in our system. Now in the next video we will install Visual Studio Code editor, and we will also see how we can install Django in our system. So in the last video we installed Python in our system, and now in this video we will see how we can install Django, and we will also install another software named Visual Studio Code that we will use in this course, but we will come to that later. But let's first see how we can install Django in our system. Now if you want to access the official documentation, official website of Django, that is djangoproject.com, you can come to this djangoproject.com website, and this is the official documentation or official website for Django. Here you can click on this documentation link, and now after clicking on this documentation link you will be redirected to the Django documentation, and here let's click on this installation part. Now here we will scroll down and we will click on this install an official release. Now here you can see that we are getting here a command, and this is the command that we will use to install Django in our system. Now here you can toggle between the operating system. As I am using Windows, so I will click on Windows button, and it will give me the command to use in Windows to install Django. And if you're using Linux or Mac OS, then you can click on this, and you can copy this command to install Django in your Linux or Mac OS system. And maybe you have to add here Python 3 instead of Python. So let's install Django in our system. Now for that I will open the command prompt, and as I am using Windows, so here I will click on the Windows icon here, and I will copy this command that we can use to install Django in Windows. So let's paste this command, and let's me make the font larger, and let's press enter. So now it will start installing the Django in my system. And if you are using Mac OS or Linux, then you can copy this command, and maybe you have to change this Python to Python 3. So let me show you what I'm trying to say, that if you're going to use this command to install Django in your system, and if your operating system is Linux or macOS, then here maybe you have to use here Python 3 instead of Python. So let's see if Django successfully installed in our system or not. So it is installing some packages. Now you can see that it successfully installed Django in my system. So now in order to check that if Django is successfully installed in our system or not, you can give command which is django-admin, and we will come to this command later in this course. In the creating Django project video, we will talk about this Django admin command. But let's press enter after giving this command, and if you see something like this, then Django is successfully installed in your system as well. So now it's time to install the software that I was talking about, which is this Visual Studio Code Editor. It's a code editor created by Microsoft. It's lightweight, and I am going to use this software, this code editor, in this course. If you are an experienced developer who have some experience in other code editor, and if you want to work with other code editor, you can use any other code editor. But if you are a complete beginner and want to follow this course so that you don't have any problems in the future, or if you got any problem, then you will be with me, and it will become very easy to solve your problem, as you will be using the same software that I am using. So for that reason you can install Visual Studio Code Editor. But if you are comfortable in any other software, in any other code editor, you can use that code editor. So here you can see that it automatically detected my operating system, and I can click on this button to download Visual Studio Code Editor for Windows. Now, sorry, I forgot to tell you that you have to come to this URL, which is code.visualstudio.com, in order to install Visual Studio Code Editor, or you can even search on Google Visual Studio Code Editor download, and there you can find this link. So you can see that Visual Studio Code Editor setup successfully downloaded. So now I will run this setup by clicking on this link, and here I will click on this I accept the agreement, and then I will click on next. As I already have Visual Studio Code Editor installed in my system, so it will update my Visual Studio Code Editor. So let's check all the checkbox, and here let's click on next, and let's click on install button, and it will start installing the Visual Studio Code Editor. So Visual Studio Code Editor successfully installed in my system. So now in the next video we will explore Visual Studio Code Editor. So if you already know Visual Studio Code Editor, you can skip the next video, or you can even skip this video as well. But if you are a beginner who never worked with Visual Studio Code Editor, I recommend you to see the next video. So we installed Django and VS Code on our system. So now we will see what is a Django project and how to create it. So after installing Django, we have access to a special command, and that command is Django admin. And let's see what this Django admin command do. For that, let's go back to the VS Code editor, and inside the terminal, let's give this command, and let's see what this command returns. So I am back here inside the VS Code editor, and I have terminal opened. And if you don't know how to open the terminal, for that, select this terminal option, and then select this new terminal option to create a new terminal, or you can even use this shortcut. And let's give that command Django admin, and let's see what this command do. So let's press enter. So you can see that this Django admin command returns some more sub commands that we can use with this Django admin command. And we are not going to use all these sub commands, but one of the sub command that you are going to use every time when starting a new website using Django, or starting a new project with Django, that command is start project, this sub command. And let's see this sub command. So after the Django admin command, we give this sub command start project. And what this start project sub command will do is that it will create a new Django project. And what is a Django project? The Django project is your whole website. The Django project represents your whole website that you are going to create using Django. And after this start project subcommand, we give the name of the project. So as I want to create a blog website using Django, so I am creating a project here with name blog. And the name depends upon you. You can give any name you want. So we give this subcommand, and then we give this project name. So the complete command is Django admin start project. then the project name. Let's give this command inside the VS Code editor and let's create our first Django project. So first I will clear the terminal here and I will give that command, which is Django admin start project and the name of our project, which is blog. Let's press enter and let's see what it will do. But if we go back to the Explorer tab and let me open the Explorer tab, so here you can see that we are having a folder with same name that we give with this command. The folder is having the name of our project and it is our Django project. So this command, this Django admin start project command, creates a Django project. So inside this Django project, we are having a subfolder with same name as our project and a Python file. And inside this subfolder, we are having some more Python files. Let's analyze our Django project and let's see what all these files do. So first we have this manage.py file inside our main project. And we use this manage.py file to give commands related to our Django project. So for example, if you want to run the server, then you are going to use this manage.py file to run the server. Or if you want to give some commands related to the database, then you are going to use this manage.py file to give commands related to the database. So in the end, we are going to use this manage.py file to give commands related to our Django project. Now I will talk about the files that are inside the subfolder which have the same name as our project. Inside that subfolder, first we have this init.py file. This init.py file is an empty Python file that tells the Python to treat the directory as a Python package. And then we have this settings.py file. This settings.py file contains all the settings for our Django project. So here we have this settings.py file inside this subfolder, and this settings.py file contains and have all the settings related to our Django project. So whenever we want to change some settings of our Django project, we are going to change some settings inside this settings.py file. And don't worry, till the end of this course, you will know this settings.py file very well. Now after this settings.py file, we have urls.py file. As the name says, this urls.py file will contain all the URLs related to our Django project. So as our Django project is a blog application, so now inside the project urls.py file, we will have all the URLs related to our blog project. So now let's see inside these files. So first we have this manage.py file, and we don't have to make any change inside this manage.py file code, and I don't recommend you to make any changes. And then we have this init.py file, which I said you before that it will be an empty Python file which just tells the Python to treat this directory as a Python package. And we have this asg.py file and a wsg.py file. Now these two files I don't want to discuss about them right now because these are the files that we are going to use when deploying our Django project. So then we have this settings.py file, and it contains all the settings and the urls.py file. And you can see that there are some code inside each of these files. And the files that we are going to work most with are the settings.py file and urls.py file. And don't worry, till the end of this course, you will know what each code inside this Python file does. So I hope you guys understand how to create a Django project and what is a Django project. And also you can see that inside this us.py file, we have this link which is linked to the Django official documentation for the URLs. And if you want to read some documentation about URLs, then you can go to this link. And one of the best features inside VS Code is that if you want to open a URL, just press Ctrl and hover over the URL and click on that URL. It will automatically open that URL in your default browser. But don't worry, you don't need to have to read the documentation right now. But you should read the documentation. But I recommend you that you should read the documentation after completing this course, because then you will know a lot of things inside the documentation, and reading documentation will become very easy for you. Do you know we have created our first website? You may be thinking we just created a project, but believe me, we created a website as well. Now, to see the website in the browser, or to say that if you want to see the website that we are developing using Django in the browser, For that you have to run the server. And to run the server we have to give the command. And which command, we will see that which command we have to give to run the server. But as we learned in the project video that to give commands related to our project, we use manage.py file. And yes, we are going to use this manage.py file to run the server. So now let's see what this manage.py file returns. For that, let's go back to the VS Code editor and let's run this manage.py file. So I am back here inside the VS Code editor and let's run this manage.py file. For that, I will write here Python and the name of the Python file that we want to execute. So here we want to execute the manage.py file. So I will write here Python manage.py and let's press enter and you can see that we are getting here an error that can't open file manage.py file because no such file or directory. And the reason behind this error is because inside the terminal we have the folder that we opened inside the VS Code editor. The same folder is opened inside the terminal. But we have manage.py file inside the Django project that we created. We have this manage.py file inside this blog project. So to run this manage.py file, to execute this manage.py file, we have to go inside this blog folder, this blog Django project. And to do that, we have to give here another command that is cd and the name of the folder that we want to open inside the terminal. And here the folder name is blog, so I will write here blog. And let me tell you that this cd blog command is not related to Django, it is related to terminal. You can find terminal commands on the internet, you can go and search about them. So let's press enter. You can see that now we have that blog folder, that blog Django project opened inside the terminal. Now here, first I will clear the terminal. To clear the terminal, we have to give the command cls, or you can even give the command clear to clear the terminal. So here, now let's try to run that python manage.py file again. Let's press enter. So you can see that it also returned some subcommands that we can use with this manage.py file. And don't worry, we are going to see a lot of these commands inside this course. But our main focus is on this run server command that we are going to use to run the server. So to run the server, first we write python manage.py file to execute this manage.py file, but we add here a subcommand which is run server to run the server. So this command is simple. First we are running this python manage.py file with a special subcommand which is run server. Let's run our server. So let's clear the terminal again. Let's run our server. For that I will write here python manage.py run server. Let's press enter. Let's see what will happen. You can see that our server started and we can access our development server at port 8000. And to open this link inside the browser, you can directly write this link inside the browser, or you can even press Ctrl and click on this link to open this link inside the browser. So you can see the website inside the browser. So congratulations, we created our first website using Django. And I know that it really don't do anything right now, but we have our first website running inside the browser. So again, congratulations. Now let's see some tricks related to this run server command. So by default, our server run on this 8000 port. So you can see that by default, our server is running on the port 8000. But let's say you maybe want to change this port from 8000 to some other port. And how you can do that? That is very simple to do. What you have to do is first you have to write that command python manage.py run server to run the server, but after the run server subcommand you have to give the port number on which you want to run the Django project, and I want to run it on the port 1313, and let's press enter. Now what we will see is that now our development server will run on the port 1313. So let's go back to the browser. So here I will change this port 8000 to 1313 and let's press enter. Now you can see that we can access this website on the port 1313, but we will not be able to access this website on the port 8000, let's try to access it on the port 8000, you can see that we are getting here an error that this site can't be reached. But we can access this website on the port 1313. If I refresh again, you can see that we can access the website on the port 1313. So this is how we run our server and how we can even change the port number. So we learned what is a Django project and how to create a Django project. Now we will cover a crucial topic of Django that you are going to use in every Django project, and that is apps in Django. Now to make apps more understandable, first we will learn what are apps and why apps using a real world example, then we will see it with Django. So now let's say you want to build a car. So let's say we want to build this car, this blue color car. And inside car, as we know, we have lot of functionalities. And inside this car, we want to have engine functionality to run this car. And as cars have lot of functionalities, we also maybe want to add music player functionality inside this car so that users while driving this car can listen to music. Or maybe we also want to add air conditioning functionality, air conditioning feature inside this car. And in the future, we also may want to add some more features. For example, we want to add wheels, we want to add door, windows, headlights, these functionalities as well. But now let's suppose that this car is a Django project. Now inside this Django project, you want to add these functionalities. You want to add engine functionality inside this Django project. You want to add music player functionality inside this Django project. You want to add air conditioner functionality inside this Django project. Now to add each of these functionality, you will create each app for these features. So suppose you will have a Django project named car, and inside this project named car you will have a engine app. That engine app will contain all the functionalities, all the logic related to engine. You will have a music player app that will contain all the functionality logic related to music player, and that is also same for other features, other functionalities as well. For air conditioning, you will have a air conditioning app containing all the logic related to air conditioning. Now one of the reason behind app is separation of logic. So if you want to make some changes inside engine, you know that you just only have to make changes inside the engine app, and you don't have to go through other functionality code. Now there is also one more main reason behind apps in Django, and to understand that reason, we will go through another example. So let's say you want to build this second car, this red color car, and inside this red color car, you want to add the functionality of music player. So now what you can do is you can add this music player functionality from scratch, or what you can do is that as we already have music player functionality in the first car, we can copy that functionality from the first car and add that functionality inside this second car. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, and it also save a lot of time. So this is the second one of the main reason behind apps in Django, reusability. So let's suppose that you want to build another website using Django, and the name of this website is MyDJ, and inside this MyDJ website you want to have e-commerce, a shop where user can buy products from your website. And let's say you also want to have a blog functionality inside this website to share website related updates with user. Now, inside this My DJ Django project, what you can do is you can create a app named Shop that will contain all the functionality related to e-commerce, related to shop, and you can create a blog app that will contain all the functionalities related to blog. So for each of these feature, for each of the functionality, we will create an app. Now apps don't have to be this big thing. So let's say if you're building a blog, and inside blog we want to have the functionality of post to show post to the user, to add post, to delete post. For this post functionality, we will create a post app. And also we want to have a admin functionality inside blog so that we can manage our website, we can manage our blog, we can see all the data related to blog, we can see all the users that have created account on our blog, we can delete post, we can ban users from this admin panel. And for that, we will create another app inside blog named admin that will contain all the functionality related to admin. And also we want to add authentication, because authentication is what nowadays every website have and every website needs. So each of these feature will be implemented as app in Django. So we will have a blog project in Django, and to add the post functionalities, we will create a post app, and that post app will contain all the functionality related to post. For admin, we will create an admin app that will contain all the logic, all the functionality related to admin, and that is also same for authentication. So I hope you guys understand what are apps in Django. So we know what are apps and why apps. Now we will see how to create an app, and we will create our first app. And to create an app, we give a command. And as I had told you before that to give commands related to the Django project, we use manage.py file. And yes, we are going to use that manage.py file to give the command that will create the app. And the command is python manage.py and start app and the name of the app. So we are running the manage.py file, and we are giving a sub command which is start app. As the name says, we use the sub command to create an app, and then the name of the app which is post. So as we are building a blog application, and inside the blog application we have functionality of posts, so we will create a post apps that will contain all the logic for handling posts. So let's give the command to create the app. So here I will give the command python manage.py. So we are using the manage.py file that is available inside the Django project, and we will give a sub command here which is start app, and then the name of the app which is post. Let's press enter and let's see what will happen. So nothing happens inside the terminal. But if we see inside the Django project that we created, we are having here a second folder with the same name as we give to the app. And this is our app. And inside this post folder, which is our app, we are having different files, different Python files and a folder. And let's see what each file do. So first we have a migrations folder, and we will see what are migrations and what is this migrations folder in the upcoming model section. So I will not talk a lot about this migrations folder here. So inside this migrations folder, we have a init.py file. Let me close the terminal to see what is inside the init.py file. So there is nothing inside the init.py file, because this init.py file tells the Python that this directory can be considered as Python package. So right now we are only having a one file inside migrations folder, which is init.py. And then we have a init.py file which is directly inside our app, and these also do the same thing, which tells the Python that our app can be considered as a Python package. Then we have a admin.py file, and inside this admin.py file we register models, as you can see the comment here as well. And we have a one line of code, and we will go deep inside admin panel, and what is this admin.py file, what type of code we write inside this admin.py file inside the admin section of this course. And then we have this apps.py file, and this apps.py file contains the configuration related to our app. And then we have a models.py file, and you can see that we are having here one line of code and a command which is create your models here. So we create our models inside this models.py file, and we will see how to create a models, what are models, and we will see this models.py file in the upcoming model sections. Then we have a test.py file. As the name says, this file is related to testing. And then we have this views.py file. And I'm not going to talk a lot about this views.py file right now, because in the next section we will see what are views, and in the next section we will see what we do inside this views.py file. But let me give you a hint that we create our views inside this views.py file, and we will see what are views in the next section, and there we will work with this views.py file. So we created our app, and we know what is app and why apps. And now in the next section we will see what are URLs, and we will also create our first view, and we will also see what are views. So now let's see what are URLs and views. And this URLs and views concept is very crucial and important concept, or you can say topic of Django. And I am requesting you to give just a little bit more attention to this video. So, whenever you visit any website, you type that website URL in the browser. And from the childhood, we have been using internet and we know what are URL and we know URLs of many websites. And as we use Django to build website, we will have URL for our Django website as well. And as a developer, we define what URLs we wanna support for our Django website. So let's say as we are building blog application using Django, so when user visit or request home slash of our website, we want to show user homepage of our blog web application. So I don't added here the domain name because uh, the domain name will be same for every URL, but the path of the URL will change this home slash thing. So I only added here the path of the URL. So let's say if user visit or request about slash of our website, we want to show user about page of our blog web application. Or if user visit post slash post ID URL, then we want to show the user single post with the same ID that is present in the URL. The main point here is that in our Django web application, we are also going to have URLs. And as a developer, we decide which URLs we want to support. And we are going to define what URLs we want to have inside our Django web application inside urls.py file. We will write these URLs, the code for these URLs. And we will also define what will happen that when a user requests a certain URL. And that what will happen thing is views. So now let's see what are views. So views handle request and return response. Views contain logic needed to return a response. We can create view as a Python function or as a Python class. I know that as a beginner right now it is very, you can say, difficult to understand these concepts like URLs, views. But believe me, stick to this course, stick to this video till the end of this section. You will be able to create your own URLs, you will be able to create your views, you will be able to teach other what are URLs and views. Okay, so these statement don't exactly tells us what are views. So let's see an example to understand what are views. So as we want that when user request home slash of our blog web application, we want to show user homepage of our blog web application. And views comes between this URL part and this response part. So this homepage means here is that we want to send user the response, the homepage response. So when user request home slash of our blog web application, we want to show user homepage means we want to send user response that is our homepage. And inside this homepage, we want to show user posts that we have inside our blog web application. And we will store post somewhere. We will store post inside database. So we have to fetch post from the database before sending the response. And maybe we will have some other logic that we need to run before sending this homepage response. Maybe we want to check whether the user is authenticated or not. Or if the user is authenticated, then we only want to fetch post related to the user interest. Or if the user is not authenticated, then we only want to fetch latest post of our blog web application from our database. And then in the end, we have to return the response. We have to send this homepage response. And there are other types of things we want to do. But all these types of things we do inside view are handled by view. So when user request URL, so here when user will request home slash URL, a view will be connected or linked to this home slash URL. And when user will request this home slash URL, the view connected to the home slash URL will get executed, and inside that view we will have the logic that we need to run before sending the response, like fetching post from database, checking authentication, or any other type of logic that we want to run. And then this view will send the response, which is the home page. So I hope you guys now have a little bit idea about what are URLs and views. But believe me, till the end of this course section, you will be able to create your own URLs and views. So here I am on the reddit.com website, and let's suppose that this reddit.com website is built using Django. When I requested this URL, behind the scene, as we are supposing that this Reddit website is built using Django, a view will be connected to this URL. And when I requested www.reddit.com, the view which is connected to reddit.com get executed, and inside that view they have a logic code written that is necessary to run before sending the response. And inside that code, and they are mostly fetching the stories, the posts, these reddits, these popular communities, and maybe they were checking my authentication if I am logged in or not. And then that view sent me this homepage response, this homepage of reddit.com. Or if I click on this post, then we know that behind the scene we are requesting a different URL. So you can see that URL changes. There will be a view connected to this URL as well, and when I requested this URL, that view get executed. The logic inside the view, which is mostly fetching this Reddit from the database, fetching members, and maybe they also ran some other logic, and that view then send me this response. So I hope you guys now understand what are URLs and views. So now this statement will make sense to you. Views handle request, return response. Views contain logic needed to return a response. We can create a view as a Python function or as a Python class. And we will start with function based view, and we will see class based view in a separate section of this course. So in the next video, we will create our first URL and first view. And if you don't understand what are URLs and views till now, because as a beginner, sometimes it happens that you don't get the concept first time, just stick to this course till the end of this section. You will understand what are URLs and views. You will be able to create your own URLs and views. So let's create our first view and URL. First, we will see how to create a view. So as I had already told you that a view in Django can be a Python function or Python class. But we will start with function based view, and we will see class based view in a separate section of this course. So let's start with function based view. So to create a view, we'll create a Python function, and we will name this Python function hello world, and this Python function is our view. And here we will pass a request parameter, and we will talk about this request parameter in a minute. And inside this view, we will write all the code or the logic that we need to run before sending the response. And then we will return the HTTP response. Then we will send the response. And here we are sending hello world as a response. And we have to import this HTTP response class. And we will see how to import this HTTP response class when we will create our first view. Now, this request parameter, you can name it anything, but it's a convention to name it request because it represents the incoming HTTP request. And this request parameter is an instance of HTTP request class. It is the object of HTTP request class. And you can find this HTTP request class here on the official Django documentation on this request and response objects page. Here you can see all the attributes. We have here this method attribute, and we can use this method attribute to check the HTTP method of the incoming HTTP request, whether the incoming HTTP request is get or post. And you can see that there are many more attributes, and we will see each attribute in this course. So I had not created a presentation about how to create a URL and how to link that URL with the view, because we will see it practically. So I am back here inside the VS Code editor, and we create views inside our application's views.py file. So you can see that we are having here this views.py file inside our post app, and let me close the terminal. And you can see that we are having here a comment as well, which is create your views here. And let me increase the font size. So let's create our first view. For that, we will create a Python function, and let's name it hello world. And this Python function, we know that we have to pass here the request parameter, which represents the incoming HTTP request. And you can name this view, this Python function, anything you want. And you can even name this request parameter anything you want. And here inside this view, we will return the HTTP response. So let's return the HTTP response. And let's return hello world. And we also have to import this HTTP response. And we import this HTTP response from Django.http. So let's import this HTTP response from Django.http, not HTTP, HTTP import HTTP response. And let's save this file. And congratulations, we just created our first view. Now we created our view. Now for which URL this view will get executed? For which URL this view will handle the incoming request and will return this hello world response. So let's create our first URL. To create our first URL, inside the project urls.py file, here you can see that we have this URL patterns variable, and it is a list, and inside this URL patterns variable, which is a list, we create our URLs. And inside this urls.py file you can see these commands and some code which is importing something, and we will talk about this code in the upcoming videos. But to create our URL, we create that URL inside this variable URL patterns. Inside this list we add our URL, and to create a URL we use a function named path, and you can see that it is pre-imported by Django. And let's use this path function to create our first URL. And inside this path function, first we pass the URL which we want to create, the URL which we want to support. So I want to show user hello world when user will visit post/hello world/of our website. So I will type here post/hello world slash, and here in this path function we pass the second parameter, and in the second parameter we pass the view that will handle request for this URL, and that view will get executed when user will request this URL, and we have to refer that view. And as we had already created our hello world view, let's refer to that view. For that we have to import the views.py file from our app. So let's import views.py file. For that we will write here from posts. So post here is our app. Let's import the views.py file. So I will write here from post import views, and let's refer to the hello world view, which is our Python function. So I will write here views.hello world, and we don't have to call this function, we just only have to refer it. Let's save this file and let's open the terminal, and let's go inside the Django project that we created, and let's run the server. And to run the server, we'll give here the command python manage.py run server, and let's press enter, and let's wait for our server to run. And our server started, and we can access our server on this URL. So you can see that on this URL we are getting an error here, which is page not found 404, and that is because we are not handling the root URL. We are not handling that what will happen when user will type the domain of our website. And in the upcoming videos I will show you how to handle this URL as well. But here let's request the URL that we created, which is post/hello world. Wow, so you can see that we are getting here hello world response. We created our first URL and we created our first view, and you can see that we are also able to send the response to the user, which is hello world. But here's a twist now. Instead of writing our URL, creating our URLs inside the project urls.py file, I will create a urls.py file inside our app, which is post. So let's create urls.py file inside our app, and here inside this urls.py file, which is inside our app, now we will create our URLs. Here we will create all URLs related to post app here inside the urls.py file, which is inside the post app. So for that, first we have to create that variable, which is URL patterns, which is a list, and this list will contain the URLs, and we have to import that path function to create URL, and we have to import that path function from Django.urls, import path. And don't worry, if you are worried about how you will learn, how you will remember these things, that from where we have to import which function, don't worry, with time and practice you will know everything. So we imported our path function, and now let's copy the URL that we created inside our project us.py file. Let's copy and cut this URL, and let's paste it here, and let's save this file. And we are getting here error, views is not defined, and we have to import the views. So we will type here from dot import views, and dot here simply means that from the same folder. Okay, so from the same folder we are importing these views. So let's save this file, and also let's save the project us.py file. And now let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. Now let's see what will happen. So we are getting here this error, page not found 404. That is because when we requested this URL post/hello world, Django tried to search for this URL post/hello world inside the project us.py file, and as we didn't define the URL inside the project us.py file, Django was not able to find it, and it returned us this 404 error. To solve this error, we have to refer to the us.py file of our app to tell the Django that we have another URLs file and search for URLs there as well. For that, what we will do here is that we will create a URL inside the project us.py file as well, and we will name this URL post slash. Okay, don't forget to add the ending slash to each URL that you create inside Django us.py file. And here now we will use a function, another function that will refer to the us.py file of our app, and that function is include. And inside this include function we will refer to the post app urls.py file. So we will write here post.urls, and we have to import this include function as well. And we have to import this include function from the same module from which we are importing the path. So let's import this include function. Now let's save this file, but here now inside the us.py file, which is inside our app, I will remove this posts part from here because we added this post part inside the project us.py file. Don't worry, I know we are doing a lot of things, but believe me, till the end of this section you will understand everything. You will be able to create more URLs, your own URLs, and in the next video I will explain you everything deeply, like how these things are working. Okay, but now let's save this file, and now let's go back to the browser. Now refresh. We are getting here the error again that the current path post didn't match any of these, and let's see why. Okay, so in the project us.py file we typed here post, but it should be post. So now refresh, we are getting the same response, hello world. So what we did here is that we are just telling the Django that whenever user will request post slash, go to the post app us.py file and search for the URL inside the app us.py file. And how these things are working, what happens when Django encounters this include function, and why we created us.py file inside the app, and how everything is working behind the scene. We will discuss it in the next video, and believe me, just watch the next video. After the next video you will understand how everything is working and why we created a us.py file inside our app instead of defining the URL in the project us.py file. I know we did a lot of things in the last video. We created our first URL and view. Now we will see how everything is working internally, and we will also see the reason behind creating another us.py file inside the app instead of defining all the URLs in the project us.py file. But first let's see how everything is working. So whenever the client, the user requests our Django powered site, so It means that whenever the user will type the URL of our Django website in the browser and will request that URL, then Django will decide in which urs.py file to look for the requested URL. And Django decide it using a setting which is root underscore URL conf. And you can find this setting inside the settings.py file, which is inside the folder name same as project. And you can see that it is by default set to block.urls, which means us.py file inside the folder name same as the project. And by default it is set to the project urls.py file. So now as Django knows in which urls.py file to look for the URL, now Django will go to the urls.py file and will go through the each URL pattern in order and will stop at the first one that matches the requested URL. Now Django will import the view and call the view which is linked to that URL, and it will also create an instance of HTTP request class and will pass that object as an argument to the view, and the code inside the view will get executed, and then the view will send the response through the client. This is how everything is working, and it is code of Django. But here's a twist. Instead of defining all the URLs inside the project us.py file, we created another urls.py file inside the app. But everything is working like we saw in the diagram. So let me explain you. So whenever the user, the client will request our Django website, so let's say the client requested post/hello world URL. So now Django will go through each URL pattern inside the project us.py file, and at one point Django will encounter this include function. So whenever the Django encounters include function, it chops off whatever the part of the requested URL matched till that point. So here the starting part of the URL, which is post/ will match here. Now Django will chop off this matched part and will send the remaining part of the URL, which is hello world, to the included us.py file, which here in the case is post app us.py file. So here now Django will go through the each URL pattern again and will try to match the remaining URL part, which is hello world / in this case. And as it will get matched, now Django will call this hello world view and will also pass the instance of HTTP request class to this view as argument, and this view will send the response, which is hello world, to the client. So everything is working same way like we saw in that diagram. But the only thing which changed is that we are referring to another urls.py file inside the project us.py file, but everything else is working same way. So this is how everything is working. So now let's see the reasons behind creating another us.py file inside the app instead of defining all the URLs inside the project us.py file. The one reason is that as our Django project will grow, we will have different apps inside the Django project, and for each app we will have different URLs. And as we will define all the URLs related to app inside the project us.py file, at one point we will have a lot of URLs inside our project us.py file, and it will become very difficult to maintain all the URLs. So to solve this problem, we create another us.py file inside the app, and we define all the URLs related to that app inside that app us.py file. Now the second reason is, which is also one of the main reason, is that we learned that apps are reusable. We learned that in the what are apps video that we can use one app inside another project. We can reuse the app. So when we will reuse a app inside another project, that we will have to define the URLs again related to that app. But as we will have a urls.py file which will contain all the URLs related to that app, we just only have to refer to the urls.py file of that app using this include function in the project us.py file. And then we will have that app feature, that app functionality inside our project. So these are the reasons behind creating a different urls.py file inside the app. So I hope now you guys understand how everything is working, and it is very simple to understand if you just put some more work. So we know how everything is working. We know how URLs and views work together. But right now inside this hello world view, we are sending this hello world string as a response. But in real world, we want to send HTML as response. So can we send HTML as response using this HTTP response class? Yes, we can. We just have to pass the HTML to this HTTP response class. And for that, let's put this hello world string inside a h1 tag, and let's save this file and let's open the terminal and let's run the server. For that, I will give here command python-py run server, and let's press enter and let's wait for the server to run. And as you can see that our server started and we can access our website on the port 8000 on localhost. And to open this link in the browser, I will press Ctrl and then I will click on this link, and this link will open inside our browser. And we are getting here page not found 404 error because right now we are not handling the root URL of our Django website. Don't worry, in the upcoming videos we will see how we can handle the root URL. But right now, let's request that post slash hello world URL, and you can see that we are getting here hello world as response, but we are getting here hello world as HTML. And to see the source code behind this response, let's press Ctrl plus U, and you can see that we are getting here HTML. We are getting here the same response that we are sending inside the view. And in the browser, I have zoomed in for visibility. But now here inside this views.py file, I have created this post list. And this post list contains dictionary, and each dictionary represents single blog post. And why I created this post list is because right now we don't know how to work with database, and we will see how to work with database in the upcoming videos. And in that video, in that module, in that section, we will see how we can fetch data, fetch blog post from the database and show it to the user. But right now we will use this dummy data to show posts to the user. So here what I want to do is that I want to show user all the posts that we have inside our blog web application, and for that we are using this dummy data. And now what we will do is that inside this view we will loop through this post list and we will construct HTML, and we will send that HTML to the user, to the client. Let's do that. For that, first I will create here a variable named HTML, and the value of this HTML will be empty string. And here now let's loop through that post list. For that I will write here for post in posts, and here let's increment that HTML variable using this plus equal to sign. And here I want to use multi-line string. For that we will use here triple quotes, and here we will write the HTML. So first I want to have this div container, and let's create this div container, this div HTML tag, and then inside h1 I want to show the title of the blog post. So for that we will use here curly brackets, and then we will type here post.title. And to use this functionality we will use f-string. And now after this h1 I want to show some content related to that post. For that I will add here a h2 tag. Let's not add here h2 tag, let's create a p tag, and here let's type here post dot content, and let's close this p tag, and also let's show the id. And for that I will add the id here inside the h1. I will type here post.id and then this. Okay, so now let's save this file and let's pass here the HTML variable that we created inside this HTTP response class. Let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. We are getting here error dict object has no attribute id. So we have to access the dictionary using these square brackets. Okay, let's put these inside this square bracket instead of using the dot method, and I think this should solve the error. Let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Now you can see that we are getting here all the posts that we have inside that post list, and we are getting it as HTML. So What we did here is that we just created this HTML variable and then we loop through the post list and we are incrementing this HTML variable with this string which is the HTML, and then we are sending this HTML variable as response, and we know that this HTML variable contains the HTML. And here I don't want to show user all the post when user will visit post slash hello world, but I want to show all the post to the user when user will visit post slash home. For that, let's change the hello world here inside the urls.py file to home, and let's also change the name of the view from hello world to home. And we also have to change the name of the view here inside the views.py file as well. And let's save this file and let's save this urls.py file, and let's go back to the browser and refresh. Now we will get the error, and we know that why we are getting this error, because we removed this hello world URL. And now we have home URL. Let's request that URL. So here now you can see that we are showing user all the blog posts on the post slash home. But don't worry, in the upcoming videos we will show user the home page, all the blog posts on the home page, when user will directly type the domain, when user will directly visit the root URL. Dynamic URLs. Now we will see how we can create a dynamic URL in Django. First, let's understand what a dynamic URL is and why we need it. So I am here on the Reddit website, and let me clarify one thing first, that I am not a regular user of reddit.com, but I know that this website exists and is having a lot of active users. But I am using reddit.com as a real world example to explain some concepts, making it easier to understand what and why of dynamic URLs. So here I am on this stupid questions page. And as I had told you that I have a limited knowledge related to Reddit, so I don't know we call this thing page, community or subreddit, but I will call it page. So you can see that we are on this stupid questions page. And notice the URL. The URL for this page is r slash then stupid questions, which is the name of this page. Let's open any other page. So on the left hand side inside this research section, you can see that I had opened some pages, and let's open the news page. So here we are on the news page, and notice the URL. In the URL we are having r slash and then news, which is the name of this page. And on Reddit website, they are not only having these 2-3 pages, they are having more than thousands of pages. And do you think they have defined or handling URL for each page in the backend of Reddit? No. Then how they are showing and handling more than thousands of pages? This is because of dynamic URLs. So this URL that you can see in the browser is a dynamic URL. So if I open any other page, let's open this developer page. Now we will be on the developer page. So you can see that now we are on the developer page, and notice the URL. The URL is r slash then the name of the page, which is developer. So now you can see we are having the same pattern of the URL for each page. First we are having r slash, which is same for each URL for each page, and then we are having the name of the page. So the part of the URL which is r slash remains same, but the part after the r slash changes, and this is a dynamic URL. And this is how we can identify which URL is dynamic. Now on the back end of the Reddit website, they are capturing this value, the value that comes after r slash, and we know that this value changes, which is right now this developer. So on the back end of Reddit, they are capturing this value from the URL, and they are using this value to show the page to the user. I have Amazon.com open in another tab, and let's understand what and why of dynamic URLs using Amazon.com as well. So let's open this product and notice the URL. In the URL, first we are having the name of the product, and then we are having dp slash and then some unique ID, and we are also having some other information. Let's open any other product. So in the URL, again we are having the name of the product, then dp slash, then some unique ID, and then some information. I know the Amazon website is very big, and it is not mandatory that they are having the same URL pattern for each product, because we know that Amazon website is very big, but they are also using dynamic URLs. So here, first we are having the name of the product, then dp slash, then some unique ID. Now this is also dynamic URL, and on the backend of amazon.com they are using this name of the product and this unique value to show each product to the user, because on Amazon they are having more than 12 million products. And do you think they have defined more than 12 million URLs? No. But what they had done is they are using dynamic URL. So they only have created one URL which is dynamic, and with the help of dynamic URL they are showing each product to the user. So now let's see how we can create dynamic URL in Django. So let's say we are building reddit.com, the Reddit website, with help of Django. And now we want to have this dynamic URL inside our Django project, which is r slash this news part of the URL. We know this changes, so this is a dynamic URL, and we want to create this dynamic URL in Django. So we will define the URL, which will be r slash, as it will remain same for each page. But for the part of the URL that will change, so the part after r slash, we know that it will change according to the page name. So here we will give it a name, but we will write it inside angle brackets. You can give it any name you want, so I am giving here page name, but we have to define it between angle brackets, which means that this value will change. And also we will have a view connected to this URL, and inside that view we also have to pass another parameter, and the name of that parameter should be the same name that we have in the URL. So the name of the parameter that we will have inside the view should be the same name as the URL parameter. So in this case it should be page name. So now when user will request r slash news, then as we know that this news value is at the place of the page name URL parameter that we defined. So now when this view will get executed, the view that is connected to this r slash page name, this URL, when this view will get executed, so in the page name parameter that we defined inside the view, we will receive this news value, and we can access this news value using this page name parameter inside the view. So now we will fetch data using this page name parameter inside the view, and if the value of the page name will be news, then we will fetch the data related to news and we will show news page to the user. If user will request r slash python, then we know that we will get that python value in the page name parameter that we defined inside the view, and then we will fetch information related to Python page. So this is how we create dynamic URL in Django, and this is how we handle dynamic URLs. And now for showing single post to the user for our blog web application, we are going to use dynamic URL, because we don't know how many blog posts we are going to have in the future in our blog web application. And even if we know that, then it is not the best practice to define URL for each blog post. But we don't know how many blog posts we are going to have inside a blog web application. Maybe we are going to have hundreds of posts, or maybe we are going to have millions of posts. So for that reason, we will use dynamic URL. So we will have a single URL which will be post slash, and I want to show user the post using the post ID. So here inside the URL, I will give the URL parameter name ID. You can give it any name you want, but I have to put it inside angle brackets because this value will change. And we will also have a view connected to this URL, and inside that view we also have to pass this ID parameter. The name of the second parameter should be the same name as the URL parameter. So now if the user will request post slash 2, so we are having 2 at the place of ID URL parameter. So in the view we will receive this 2 value in the ID parameter, so we can access this 2 value using this ID parameter in the view. And now we will fetch post using this ID parameter. So if the value of the id will be 2, then we will fetch the post with the id 2. If the value of the id will be 3, then we will fetch post with the id 3 and show it to the user. So now let's see it practically, and let's create our first dynamic URL and let's show single post to the user. So let's create our first dynamic URL. So we want to show user single post, and for that we will create dynamic URL. We want to create URL like this. We want post slash and then we want to capture value. And here in our case that is post ID. So let's open angle bracket and you can name it anything you want, but I will name it ID because as we are capturing post ID to show user single post. And let's close the angle bracket and don't forget to add the ending slash. So we want URL like this. The first part of the URL, which is post slash, we already have defined this URL in the project us.py file. So we only have to create URL for capturing the value. And we will create this URL inside the post app us.py file. So let's add here another URL. And we know that we use path function to create URL. And here inside this path function, we will write the URL parameter because we want to capture the value, and I am naming it ID, and then we have to refer to the view that will handle request for this URL. So let's create the view. Inside the post app views.py file, let's add here another view and name this view post, and we have to pass here the parameter request, and we know that we have to pass this request parameter in each view. And this request parameter is an instance of HTTP request class which represents the incoming HTTP request. And as this view will handle dynamic URL, so we have to pass here another parameter, and the name of the parameter should be the same name as the URL parameter, which in our case is ID. And here inside the view, let's return HTTP response. And here I will send back the ID, the value which we are capturing in the URL as response. So let's save this file and let's save the app us.py file, and here inside the app us.py file let's refer to the view which we created, the post view. Let's save this app us.py file and let's save the project us.py file, and our server is running. So let's go back to the browser and here let's request the dynamic URL which we created. So the dynamic URL is post slash, then here we will pass the value 13 here as ID. So let's press enter. You can see that we are getting back here 13 as response because we pass here the value 13 in the URL. And here I want to show you something. If I pass here any string instead of number, let's pass here the string name, you can see that we are getting back that same string as the response. And that is because by default Django capture any string as the value. And to show you this in the view, let's create a f string, and inside this f string let's access the id parameter, and also let's return the data type of the id parameter. So let's save this file. Now let's go back and let's refresh. So we are getting here nothing. And here is one problem. As we are sending back the data type of the id parameter, you see inside the inspect element we are getting the response str, but browser thinks that it is a HTML element. So here instead of returning the data type of the id parameter, what we will do here is we will print the data type of this id parameter. So let's do that. And let's save this file and let's open the terminal, and now let's go back and let's refresh. Now here inside the terminal you can see that we are getting here class str. So by default Django matches any string and it also returns string, but here we want to capture integers in the URL because we are going to use post id which will be integer to show user single post. So we only want to capture integers value in the URL, and we want to have the id as int data type. How we can do that? For that we will use something known as path converters, and you can find path converters on the Django official documentation. And here let's click on the documentation link, And let's scroll down and let's click on this URL conf page. And on this URL conf page documentation, you can find all the path converters available. And by default, it is set to str, which means it will match any string, but it will not match the forward slash, and this is the default. But we want to capture integers in the URL, so we will use this int path converter, which matches number integers, and it also returns int. So how we can use path converter? To use path converter in the URL, before the URL parameter name, we will specify the path converter which we want to use. So here we want to use int path converter, so we will write here int, then colon, and then the name of the URL parameter. So we are telling here Django that we only want to capture integers value in the URL. So let's save this file, and now let's go back and let's pass here the value 13 instead of string name. Let's press enter. So we are getting here the response 13, and let's go back to the terminal and let's see now what is the data type of this id parameter. Now it is integer. So I hope you guys understand everything till now. And if we try to pass here the value string instead of number, let's see what will happen. And you can see that we are getting here the error page not found 404, which means that the URL don't match because we have specified here the path converter int, which means we only want to capture and we only want to match integers value. So let me explain you how everything is working. So when we requested post slash 13 this URL, Django tried to match this URL inside the project us.py file, and inside the project us.py file we are using this include function, and we know that whenever Django encounters include function, it chops off whatever part of the URL matched till that point and it sends the remaining part. So it will send this remaining part of the URL, which is 13, to the included us.py file, which here in our case is the post app us.py file, and here Django will try to match this URL, which is 13 forward slash, and here in the first URL pattern we have hard coded the URL home slash, so it will not match. But in the second URL pattern we are capturing value and we are only capturing integer value, and here we are having integer in the URL and the URL pattern also matches. So now Django will call this post view function, and this post view function will return the HTTP response to the user. So this is how everything is working. Now let's implement the logic for showing single post to the user. Now inside the post list we have these dictionaries, and inside each dictionary we have this id key value pair, and we are also capturing id from the URL. Now inside the post view what we will do is we will compare the id of each dictionary with the captured id from the URL, and whichever dictionary id will have the same value as the captured id from the URL, we will retrieve that dictionary from the list and will show single post to the user. And each id inside each dictionary has the same value as its list index. So here inside the post view, let's iterate through the post list using for loop. So for that I will write here for post in posts list, and here let's use a if statement to compare the captured id with each dictionary id key. So for that let's write here post id equal to id, and if there's a match let's create a variable named post ticked, and let's store the matched dictionary inside this post ticked variable, and let's add here a break statement. And now here let's create a variable named html, and this will be a multi-line string, and inside this multi-line string let's write the html for single post. For that I will have a h1 tag and a p tag. Inside the h1 tag I want to show the title of the post, so we want to insert value inside this string, so let's change it to f string. And here inside the h1 tag let's use the post ticked variable which is containing the matched dictionary, and let's access the title key, and inside the p tag, let's show the content of the post, and let's return this HTML variable as the response. Now let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, and here let's request the dynamic URL that we created, and here let's pass the value 0 and let's press enter, and you can see that we are getting back the post with ID 0. So our logic is working. But here user have to type the ID of the post in the URL that user want to see. But we don't want that. We want to make it dynamic. We want that user click on the title of the post that user want to see on the home page, and user can see that single post. For that, we will make some changes inside the HTML that we are generating inside the home view, and here we will change the h1, the title, to link using anchor tag, and let's set the value for the href attribute to the dynamic URL that we created, which is post slash, and here the value for the ID URL parameter will be post ID, and here let's put this h1 tag inside this anchor tag which we created. Let's save this file. Now let's visit the home URL. Here you can see that the title of each post changed to a link, and let's click on this first post and let's see if we can see this single post, and you can see that it is working. Now no matter how many posts we are going to have inside our blog web application, it doesn't matter if we have thousands or millions of posts, user don't have to type the ID of the post that user want to see inside the URL. User just have to click on the post title and user will see that single post. So I hope you guys understand how everything is working. So we learned how to create dynamic URL, and we also implemented the logic for showing single post to the user. So we are using the HTTP response class to send back response to the user. And there are many subclasses of this HTTP response class available that we can use to send different type of response. And you can find all the HTTP response subclasses on this request and response object page on the official Django documentation. And here let's scroll down, and on the right hand side inside the content section, let's click on the HTTP response subclasses link, and here you can find all the HTTP response subclasses that you can use to send different type of response. And here we are having HTTP response redirect class which we can use to redirect user, and the one that we are going to use right now is HTTP response not found subclass, and it acts like HTTP response but it uses 404 status code. And why we need to use this class is because here we are using the ID of the post to show user single post. And let's say if user changed the ID value to a very big number, let's say if user changed the ID value to 100, and here right now we are not having any post with ID 100, so we are getting here this error which is cannot access local variable post underscore dict, where it is not associated with the value. And we are getting this error because we are not having post with ID 100, and the code inside this if statement where we are matching the captured ID from the URL with each post ID. So the code inside this if statement never got executed. So here we are using the post dict variable inside this HTML variable to access the title and content of the post, but here as we know that the code inside the if statement never got executed, so we never created this post underscore dict variable. That's why we are getting here the error. So if I remove this code and let's save this file, now if I go back to the browser and refresh, now you will see that we will not get any error, we will get the response. But we want to use this code because we want to show user title and content of single post. But how we are going to handle this error? For that, I will create a variable named valid ID in the starting of this post view, and I will set its value to false. And inside the if statement, I will update this variable that we created valid ID, its value to true. And here we will only send this HTTP response to the user if the valid ID variable is set to true. So let's use the if statement and let's write here if valid underscore id. So if valid id is true, then only we want to send this response. Else, if valid id value is false, then we want to use that http response not found class to send response to the user. So for that, let's write here return and let's use that http response not found class. And here we have to import this http response not found subclass from django.http. So let's import this class, and here now let's use this subclass to send the response, but here let's send the response that post not available. And now let's save this file and let's go back to the browser, and now let's refresh. Now instead of getting the error, you can see that we are getting here the response which is post not available, but the status code of this response is 404. So for that, I open this inspect element and let's refresh, and here you can see the status code of the response is 404. But here let's set the id value to 0 and we are having post with id 0. Now you can see that we are getting here the response, the post with id 0, and the status code is set to 200 because now this if statement, which is if valid id, became true and the code inside this if statement executed. So we are sending this response to the user instead of http response not found to the user. So I hope you guys understand how we are handling this error. And here we have different type of http response subclass, and in the next video we will see another http response subclass which is http response redirect class, and we will see how we can use this class to redirect user. So now let's see how we can redirect user in Django. Now to redirect user, we will use this http response redirect class. And right now inside our Django web application, we don't have any scenario where we have to redirect user, so we have to create one. And for that, inside the project us.py file, I will create another URL here, and let's name this URL Google slash, and let's create a view for handling this URL. So inside the views.py file of our app, let's add here another view named Google, and here we have to pass the request parameter. And inside this Google view, what we will do is we will redirect user to google.com. And to redirect user, we know that we have to use this http response redirect class. So let's use this http response redirect class. For that, let's write here return http response redirect, and we have to import this http response redirect class from django.http. So let's import this http response redirect class from django.http. And here we have to pass the URL to which we want to redirect the user. So as we want to redirect user to google.com, so let's write here https://www.google.com. Let's save this file, and now inside the project us.py file, let's refer to the view that we created, views.google, and here we already have views.py file imported from our post app, so we don't have to import views.py file again. So let's save this file, and our server is running. So let's request the URL that we created, which is Google slash, and let's see if it is working or not. Let's write here Google slash and let's press enter. You can see that it is working. We got redirected to google.com. So this is how we redirect user in Django. We use this http response redirect class. Now what I want is that if user type the ID of the post that user want to see after the domain, let's say if user type here 0 slash, and if user requested this URL, then what I want to do is I want to show user post with ID 0. And how we are going to do that? For that, first let's capture this ID value in the URL. So let's change this Google URL to a dynamic URL. So I want to capture ID from the URL. So let's write here ID. So I am giving this URL parameter name ID, and we have to put it inside angle brackets because we want to capture value from the URL, and we only want to capture int values, means we only want to capture integers. And now inside the view, here we have to pass here another parameter named same as URL parameter, which in our case is ID. And now to show post to the user according to the ID, what we can do is we can copy the logic from this post view and paste it inside this view, and it will work, and we will show user post according to the ID. But the second way is we can redirect user to this post view with the ID captured from the URL, and that's what we are going to do. For that, here inside this HTTP response redirect class, let's redirect user to the dynamic URL which is responsible for showing single post to the user, which is /post/, and here the value of the ID will be same ID that we are capturing from the URL. So here we will use f-string because we want to insert values here inside the string, and here let's pass the ID value ID. So what we are doing here is that, so when the user will request this view and we are capturing the ID from the URL, then we are redirecting user to the post/URL with the same ID that we are capturing from the URL. And this way we will be able to show single post to the user without having to write the same logic again. Now let's save this views.py file, and let's save this project views.py file. And now let's request the URL with the ID 0. Let's press enter, and you can see that it is not working. I think we have to restart the server. So let's restart the server. Sometimes these things happens that you added some code, some functionality inside your Django project, and that is not working in the browser, and you are also not getting any error. And in that case, restarting the server can be one option to debug. So now let's refresh. So you can see that now it is working. We got redirected to post/URL with the same ID that we wrote in the URL. And now let's pass here the ID 1, and let's see if we get redirected to the post URL again, and if we will see the post with ID 1. So it is working. We get redirected to the post/URL with the ID that we wrote. And here if we pass a ID of the post which is not available, let's pass here 100. So we are getting here the response post not available. And I hope you guys understand how we redirect user in Django. So we know how to redirect user in Django. We are using this HTTP response redirect class to redirect user in Django. And as I had told you before, that we have different HTTP response subclasses available that we can use to send different type of HTTP response. And here we are using this HTTP response redirect class to redirect user. But here's one problem. The problem is we are hard coding the URL to which we want to redirect the user. We want to redirect the user to this /post URL, and here we are also sending some ID value. And here if I change this URL inside project us.py file, so let's add here another s to post. Now let's save this file and let's request this Google view in which we are redirecting the user, and for that we have to pass a value after our domain. So let's pass here a value 2, and here you can see that we are getting here a error which is page not found 404. And the reason behind this error is because we changed the URL inside the project us.py file, but we didn't change the URL inside this HTTP response redirect class. So if I change this URL, so if I add here another s and let's save this file. Now let's again request the Google view in which we are redirecting the user. Now you can see that it is working. But let's say if you're having more than one HTTP response redirect class with hard-coded URL, so you have to change the URL inside each HTTP response redirect class. And what if you forget to change one before deploying your project? Now that will be a problem. Now to solve this problem, we need something that can dynamically generate URL for us. And for that we will use a function, and the name of that function is reverse. And we have to import that function, and we have to import that function from django.urls. And let's import that reverse function. And what this function need is that we have to pass the name of the URL to this function. Yes, I am saying name of the URL. So like you have a name, like your pet have a name, like this course have a name, we can even name the URLs. And to name a URL, you have to give a third argument, and the name of that argument is name, and you can give any name to any URL. So let's give this home URL name home, and you can give name to each URL that you create. And here now, let's use this reverse function inside home view. Let's use this reverse function, and here let's pass the name of the home URL, which is home, and let's print this function to see what it returns. Let's save this file. Now let's open the terminal, and now let's request this home view. For that we have to type here post/home, and here now let's open the terminal, and here you can see that the reverse function is returning us a URL. It is returning us a string representing the home URL, and it also added this slash posts. So the reverse function knows that it has to add this post slash as well. So now here, let's say inside this home URL, we are also capturing some values from the URL. So let's say we are capturing a name from URL, and that should be a string, and here we have to pass this name parameter as well inside this home view. And now if we refresh, we will get an error because we have to pass a name here. So let's pass here a name simmer, and we will get a error again that home got an unexpected keyword argument name. And to solve that error, I have to restart the server because everything is working and there is no error, no syntax error, but we are getting that error, and sometimes this happens. And to solve this, you just have to restart the server. It is a one debug method that you can use. And now let's refresh. We are now not getting that error, that unexpected argument name, but we are now getting the error no reverse match at post/home simmer. And we are getting this error because of this reverse function, because now here this home URL also have this URL parameter name. So how we can pass values for URL parameter using this reverse function? For that we have to pass here a second argument name args, and it can be a list. So now here inside the list we have to pass the value for the name URL parameter, and I will pass the value simmer here. So let's save this file. Now if I go back and refresh, now we will not get any error. So you can see now inside the terminal, you can see that now the reverse function returned us the home URL, but at the place of the URL parameter name, it added the value simmer. And here if you have more than one URL parameter, so you have to pass values in order inside this args list. So let's use this reverse function here inside our Google view. For that, first let's give name to this post URL, and let's give this post URL name post, and let's save this file, and let's remove this URL parameter name from the home URL, and we have to remove it from the home view as well. Let's do that, and let's remove this print, and now let's save this file, and now let's use that reverse function here inside our Google view. So let's create a variable named URL, and let's use that reverse function, and here let's pass the name of the URL, which is post, and here this post URL is capturing the ID value from the URL. So we have to pass value for this ID URL parameter. For that we will use that args argument, and it will be a list, and here we will pass the ID that we are receiving inside this Google view. And here let's pass here the variable URL inside this HTTP response redirect class. Now let's save this file, and now let's request the Google view. For that we have to pass here a ID. Let's pass here ID 2. Here we are getting redirected to this post URL with the ID that we pass to the Google view. And now if I change the URL inside the project, let's remove the S from here. Now let's save this file. Now here, let's request the Google view. Again, let's pass here the ID 2. Again, let's request this, and you can see that we are getting redirected, but we are now getting redirected to slash post because we are now using this reverse function to dynamically generate the URL. So no matter how many times you will change the URL, if you are using this reverse function to generate that URL, you don't have to change the URL, or you don't have to worry about the code that you write inside your view or inside your Django project if you are using reverse function to generate the URL. So inside each view, we are having HTML for that view. So inside the home view, we are having the HTML for the home page. But what about the other HTML? What about the header, navbar, footer? But also what about the HTML boilerplate that is necessary for each HTML page? And let's leave HTML for a second and let's focus on the CSS and JavaScript part. How we will add CSS and JavaScript? Because inside our website, we are going to have CSS and JavaScript. And if we just focus only on HTML, then as our website will grow, we will have thousands lines of HTML, and writing thousands lines of HTML inside each view is not the best practice. But what we want is we want to have separate HTML file for each page. For example, for home view, we want to have a index.html file or home.html file containing all the HTML related to home page, and whenever user will request home view, we will send that home.html. And that's what we are going to see in this section. We will see how we can separate the front-end logic from the views. And not only we will see this templates thing, but we will also see how we can work with static files. Static files means CSS, JavaScript file, images files. And we will also see Django template language. Believe me, trust me, just stick with this course, stick with this section. Till the end of this section, you will know what I am talking about, and you will learn many new things, you will explore many new things. Just stick with this course, just stick with this section, and till the end of this section, you will be able to create your own templates, you will be able to work with Django template language, you will be able to add static files inside your Django website. So now let's start with templates. But before that, what is template? So whenever I will say template, most commonly we are referring to the HTML files of our Django website. So where we create templates. So the convention is inside your app folder, which right now we only have one app inside our Django project, and the name of that app is posts. So inside this post app, we will create a folder, and the name of that folder should be templates. And now here inside this templates, let's create our first template, and let's create our home.html file. So again, most commonly when we are referring to templates, we are referring to HTML files of our Django website. Now here inside this home.html, let's add the HTML boilerplate, and let's add here a h1 tag, and let's type here home page, and let's save this file. And now how we can send this home.html file as response to the user when user will visit the home URL, the home view. So for that, we will use a function, and that function is pre-imported by the Django, and the name of that function is render. So let's use this render function. So instead of returning this HTTP response, here we will use that render function, and inside this render function, first we have to pass the request, and this request parameter that we are passing to this render function is same as the request that we are receiving. It is also the instance of HTTP request class, and the name of this request parameter should be the same as the request parameter in the view. So if I change this request parameter to R, I have to pass here R. As you can see that we are getting here a yellow underline below this request text, which is giving us hint that request is not defined. As you can see that VS Code is also saying that request is not defined because we have to change it to R, because we changed the name of the request parameter inside the home view to R. But let's change it to request instead of R. And here now, after this request parameter, we have to pass here the name of the template that we want to send to the user, that we want to render. and the name of the template is home.html. You also have to write the extension of the template, which is .html. So now let's save this file, and now let's go back to the browser, and our server is running. So let's see, yes, our server is running, and here now let's refresh, and here you can see that we are getting here an error that template does not exist at post/home, this home.html file. So why we are getting this error? The reason is Django don't know about this post app. We have to tell Django that we have this post app, and for that, inside the settings.py file, here inside this installed apps list, and where we have some predefined apps, here we have to tell the Django that we have another app, we have created an app, and you also have to look for templates inside that app as well. For that, here we have to write the name of the app, which is posts, and also at the end let's add here a comma. So let's save this file, and adding the comma is not compulsory here because this is the last item in this list, but what I do is I always add comma whenever registering an app inside installed apps, because in the future when I will register another app, sometimes what happened with me is that I forget to add a comma and I add here the another app name, and this returns error. So every time whenever I register an app, no matter if that app name is the last item, I always add a comma. So let's save this file. Now if we go back to the browser and if we refresh, you can see that now we are getting here this home page as response. And if I show you the source code of this response, you can see that we are getting here the same HTML that we wrote inside this home.html. We are getting back this home.html as response. So let's change the title to blog name like blog home page, and let's save this file, and now let's refresh. You can see that the title changed to blog home page from document. So this is how we add templates inside our Django project. So now let's add here a template for post as well, but I think we should not add template for post right now. We will add template for post in another video, but I hope you guys understand how to work with templates. So in the last video, we created our first template and we learned how to send this template as response. And on the home URL on the home page, we are sending our home.html template as response. As you can see in the browser, we are getting here that home.html as response. But now let's see how all these things are working. So for that, inside the settings.py file, which is inside our project folder, here inside this settings.py file, we have this template settings. And we are going to see all these template settings in the coming videos. And we will see this DIRs, app DIRs, and this context processors in this section. But right now, our main focus is on this app_dir settings. And it has a boolean value. And by default, it is set to true. But if I set it to false, let's save this file. And here, if I refresh, you can see that we are getting here the error template does not exist at post/home. So Django is telling us that this home.html template does not exist, and we are trying to render this template inside the view, inside our home view. But we have this home.html file inside our templates folder, and before changing this setting, which is app_dirs to false, everything was working fine. Yes, because we changed this setting, this app_dirs, that's why we are getting here this error. Because this app_dirs settings tells the Django, you can think of it like it tells the Django to look for templates inside templates folder inside each installed apps. And by default, it is set to true, which means that it tells the Django to look for templates inside template folder inside each installed apps. But as we changed its value to false, so we are telling the Django that don't look for templates inside each templates folder inside each installed apps. That's why we are getting here this error. But if I change it to true, and let's save this file, now you can see that we are not getting that error and we are getting back that home.html as response. And here inside the installed apps, you can see that we are having here different apps installed inside our Django project, and as our Django project will grow, we will add different apps. And here now inside this templates folder, what I will do here is I will create another folder and I will name that folder same as our app name. And this is a convention. And let's put our old templates file. Right now we are having here one template file which is home.html. Let's put it inside this folder that we created. And now if I go back to the browser and if I refresh, now again we will get this error that template does not exist. And now here Django is telling us that this template does not exist because Django is not able to find this home.html template. And the reason behind that is because we know that Django by default look for templates inside each templates folder inside each app. But now inside this templates folder, we are having here another folder named same as our app, and inside that folder we are having our templates. But Django looked for the template inside this template folders, and we don't have any template inside this templates folder. That's why Django is returning us this error. So now what we have to do is that inside the view, when we are rendering a template, we have to tell the Django that look for the template inside the folder that we created inside the templates. So we created this post folder. So we have to tell Django here that inside the post folder, we are having here our template. And wait, I will tell you the reason behind this about creating another folder inside templates folder with same name as our app instead of putting all our templates inside the templates folder. Wait, I will tell you the reason behind that. But now if I save this file and now let's refresh, you can see that now it is working again. We are getting back that home.html as response. And why I created another folder named same as our app inside templates folder and why we are putting all our templates inside that folder, because in the settings.py file in the installed apps you can see that we are having here different apps. And let's say inside other app templates folder we are having the same template with same name. Maybe the content inside that template will be different as our template, but the name of that template will be same name as our template. Maybe we will have a different template named home.html inside different app. And now what will happen is that when Django will look for templates for rendering, then whatever the template Django will find first, Django will send that template as response. So if we are trying to send this home.html template as response, but inside let's say this admin app we are having home.html, now what will Django do is Django will take that home.html and will send that home.html as response instead of sending this home.html which is inside the post app as response. So to not have that type of problem inside our web application, inside our Django project, what we do is we create another folder named same as our app and we put all our templates inside that folder. Now whenever we want to render the template, we are referring to the folder as well. So now that problem will never occur. So we learned about templates and how to render templates. And before using templates, inside our home view, we were generating the HTML for each post and we were showing it to the user. And that's what we want to do. But right now on our home page, we are showing this home page title to the user. And that's not what we want to do. We want to show all the posts that we have inside our blog web application to the user on the home page of our blog web application. And how we are going to do? Are we going to write HTML every time for the new post whenever we will add a new post? If that is the case, then generating HTML for each post inside our view is the better approach. The answer is no, we are not going to write HTML every time whenever we will add a new post. But now what is the solution? The solution is very simple. We are going to use something called the Django template language. And using this Django template language, we can dynamically generate HTML inside our templates. And inside this Django template language, we have different things like variables, filters, tags, and many more things. And using these things, we can create dynamic web pages. And now let's understand the why behind generating HTML dynamically using some real world example. I have opened some products on the Amazon.com and see the layout of each product is same. You can see that the layout of the each product is same. Only difference is that the content of the product is different. All the products are having a title, but the title content, the value of the title is different. And do you think that the developers of Amazon.com have created template for each post? And the answer is no, because Amazon have more than 12 million products. Then how they are showing single product to the user? The answer is they are also generating HTML dynamically. So they are also having a template, but they are only having one template for products, and inside the template they are dynamically generating the HTML according to the product that user want to see. And that is the reason the layout is same. But as we can dynamically generate HTML, we can also change the layout if we write some different type of code. But that's not what I want to discuss right now. But I hope you guys understand the what and why of generating HTML dynamically. And that's also what we will do in the coming videos. Because in the coming videos, we will add the functionality to show single post to the user. And we are not going to add template for each post because we don't know how many posts we are going to have inside our blog web application. But we want to show single post to the user. And for that, we will dynamically generate HTML for each post according to the post that user want to see. And we are going to use this Django template language for dynamically generating the HTML. And how we are going to do it is we will have our template, we will have our home.html file, but inside this home.html file, we will have some different type of syntax. We will have some different code, and that code will be responsible for generating the HTML dynamically. We are going to have all the HTML that we want to have inside our template, but with HTML we will have a different syntax, some different code that is responsible for generating HTML dynamically. And let's start our journey of this Django template language by learning how to send data to template. Now to send data to template, we have to pass a third argument to this render function, which is this context. And it should be a dictionary containing key value pairs. So let's pass here a third argument, which is the context, and we know that it should be a dictionary. And let's pass here a name to the template. Let's pass here the name Taranjot. Okay, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. You will see nothing changes. But here now inside our home.html, what I want to do is I want to show user a welcome message like welcome, and here I want to show this name. And how we are going to do that? We are going to access this key value pair inside our template. So how we can do that is we will use double parenthesis, and inside this double parenthesis we will write the name of the variable that we want to access. So I will write here name, because we are sending this name to the template. And let's save all the files, and let's also save this home.html. Now let's go back to the browser and let's refresh, and here you can see that I am getting here welcome, but here I use this double parenthesis and accessed the variable that we are sending from our view to this template, and that variable value, which is a key value pair inside this context, have the value Taranjot. And we are getting here the value which is Taranjot instead of this variable. Because when rendering the template, Django changed this variable with its value, and that's why we are getting here Taranjot. If I change it to let's say Jeff Bezos, so let's save this file. Now here we will have Jeff Bezos instead of Taranjot. So I hope you guys understand how we can send data from views to the template. And here we can even put it this value inside the variable. So let's put it this name value inside a variable named name, and let's pass here the variable. So now let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Nothing will change. Everything is working. And you can pass here anything, like you can pass here a list. So let's pass here a list containing something like carrot, name of vegetables. Okay, and let's access this list. Here we have to write the name of that variable. And now let's go back to the browser and refresh. Here you can see that we are getting here that list containing the vegetable name carrot. So we learned how to send information data from views to the template. We know that we have to pass here a third argument to this render function, which is context, and that should be a dictionary containing key value pairs, and we can access that key value pairs inside that template using this curly brackets method. So now what we want to do is we want to show user all the posts that we have inside our blog web application on the homepage. But right now we are showing this welcome message, and that's not what we want to do. We want to show all the posts that we have inside our blog web application on the homepage. And right now we are having all our posts inside this post list. So let's send this post list to our template. For that, let's remove this unnecessary data that we are sending to the template, and let's pass here the post list. And for that I will give this key value pair the key post, and let's refer to the post list, and let's access this post variable inside our home.html template. So let's write here posts, and let's remove this list variable that we are accessing. Let's save this file and let's go back to the browser and refresh, and here you can see that we are getting the post list inside our homepage. So we are getting all the posts that we have inside a blog web application on our homepage. And that's not how we want to show all the posts to the user. We want to dynamically generate HTML for each post. And how we are going to do that? For that, we are going to use something called tags in Django template language. Now tags are more complex than variables. In Django template language, we have tags for controlling flow. Like we have if else in Python, like that we have a if else tag in Django template language. Like we have a for loop in Python, like that we have a for tag in Django template language. And we have many other tags. We have a tag to load external information inside our template. And don't worry, we are going to see all the important tags that you are going to use every time, and I will also show you the official documentation where you can find all the tags. So if you ever wanted to use a different tag, you can go to the official documentation and find the tag that you want to use. Now what we want to do is we want to loop through this list, and we want to do it inside our template, and for that we will use for tag. Like we have a for loop in Python, like that we have a for tag. A tag in Django always start with curly brackets, and then inside curly brackets we have percentage sign and then the name of the tag. Some tags also have a end tag like this, and here we want to use the for tag. For that we will write here for, and here the syntax is same. We will write here for post in posts. So here we are accessing the posts variable that we are sending from views to the template. We are accessing this post key value pair inside our tag, inside our for tag. And one important thing is that whenever you access a variable inside a tag, you don't use curly brackets. You don't use that double curly brackets. When you are accessing the variable inside template outside any tag, then you are going to use this double curly brackets, but whenever you are accessing a variable inside the tag, you don't have to use this double curly brackets. And here this for tag has a end tag, and that end tag is end for. And here now, if I write here, let's say h1 and post title, and here I write this h1 only once inside this for tag. But if I save this file and go back to the browser and refresh, and let's scroll down, and here you can see that we are getting here 3 post title. And let's remove this welcome message we have, and now let's go back and refresh. So you can see that I am getting here this post title 3 times, but I wrote it only once, and that's because I wrote this h1 inside this for tag. Like for loop works in Python, like that for tag works in Django template language. Because we are having 3 items inside this post list, so this for tag ran 3 times and it outputted whatever we wrote inside this for tag 3 times. So it outputted this h1 tag, this HTML 3 times. So if we open the source code, you can see that we are having here 3 h1s. So whatever HTML that we are going to write inside this for tag, that for tag will output that HTML as many times as it will run. So here, what we want to do is, inside the h1 we want to show the post title. And here now we have to access this post variable that we created inside this for tag. And to access a variable, we know that when we want to access a variable outside the tags inside the template, we have to use this double curly brackets. And here let's write here post, and we know that this post will be a dictionary because inside post list we are having dictionaries as items. So let's save this file and let's go back to the browser and refresh. You can see that we are getting here a dictionary inside h1. So here let's access the title. For that I will write here dot title. Let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Now you can see that we are getting here title for each post. And after this h1 we want to show the content, and we want to show content in a p tag. So here now let's write post.content and let's save this file. Now let's refresh. Here you can see that now after the h1, after the title, we are getting here the content. So I hope you guys understand how this is working. And we want to make our h1 a link. For that, let's put it inside the anchor tag. And right now let's set the href value to nothing, and let's close this anchor tag and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. Now you can see that all the titles changed to a link, and I hope you guys understand how this is working. So like for loop works in Python, like that for tag works in Django template language, and whatever the HTML or whatever we will write inside for tag, it will output that HTML as many times as it will run. So our for tag ran 3 times because we are having 3 items inside post list, so it outputted this HTML 3 times, like you can see. And inside the post we know we are having a dictionary, and we are getting each dictionary in each loop inside this post variable, and we are using that variable to access the title and content. So this is how everything is working, and I hope you guys understand how everything is working and what are tags and this for tag. So in the last video we learned about tags, and we are using this for tag inside a template to loop through the post list and to dynamically generate HTML for each post. And if we go to the home page, everything is working fine, and that's what we want to show to the user on the home page. We want to show all the post that we have inside our blog web application on the homepage. But here, what if I remove this post key value pair, the data that we are sending to the home.html template, and let's see what will happen. So let's go back and refresh. Here you can see that we are getting here nothing, but that's not what we want to do. If we are not sending post to the template, we want to show user some message like no post available, like this. So how we can do that? Or let's say if we are sending the post key value pair, we are sending the post to the template, but the post list is empty. So let's make this post list empty. So let's update its value here. Let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Again, you can see that we are getting here nothing. But we want to show user a message on the home page if our post list is empty or if we are not sending post inside the template. We want to show user message like no post available. For that, we will use another tag, and that tag is if else tag. Yes, like we have if else in Python, like that we have if else tag in Django template language. And as I had told you that each tag starts with these curly brackets, and inside curly brackets we have percentage sign and then the tag name, and here the tag name is if. And let's write here if post, then let's show a message to a user like h1 all posts available, and let's close this h1 tag, and we have to end this if tag. For that, we will write here end if. We are going to use this end if tag to close this if tag. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. Now we are getting here this title as well, all posts available and all the posts. But here now, if I remove this post key value pair, so we are not sending this post data to the template. Let's save this file and let's go back and refresh. Again, we are not getting anything on the home page. And the h1 tag that we wrote, this all post available, we are also not getting this h1, this title inside our home page. That's because we wrote it inside a if tag, and inside if tag we are having a condition that if post means if we are getting post, then only we want to show this h1 tag. But here that's not what we want to do. If we are getting post, then only we want to use this for tag. So let's put this for tag inside this if tag, and let's do some indentation as well, and let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Nothing will happen, we know that, because we are not sending the post data. So let's send this post data again. Now let's go back and refresh. Now everything will work like before, so everything is working fine. But now here, as we have else in Python with if, like that we have a else tag with if tag in Django template language. Let's use that else tag. For that, we will open these curly brackets, and here inside curly brackets we will have this percentage sign, and then we will write here else. Now after this else tag, we will show a user a title that no posts available. Let's close this h1 tag, and now let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Now you can see that we are getting this title all posts available and all the posts, but we are not getting that h1, that title no post available, because our if statement becomes true and this code gets executed, but we know that else will only run when the if statement will become false. So for that, let's remove this post key value pair, so we are not sending the post to the template. So now if we go back to our browser and refresh, now we are getting here the title no post available. So this if else tag works like if else in Python. And here, what if we are sending the post to the template but the post list is empty? So let's make the post list empty. For that, let's update its value to an empty list. Let's save this file and let's go back to the browser and refresh. Now again we will get this message no post available because our post list is empty. So I hope you guys understand this if else tag. Like we have elif in Python, like that we have a elif with if else tag in Django template language. For that, let's create here. For that, let's open a curly brackets again. Let's put percentage sign inside that curly brackets, and let's write here elif. And inside elif, let's write some logic like if uh, post dot length is greater than or equal to 0, let's write some logic. Then what we want to do, so let's show a title that inside elif, and I am just writing this h1 tag just to show you how this elif works. We don't want to show this type of thing to the user, so I am only writing this just to explain you this elif tag. So here now we have our post list empty, so this if statement will become false and this elif statement should become true, and we should get this h1 tag that inside elif. Let's go back and refresh, and we are getting here that no post available. And the reason behind that is we don't have to use here dot, we have to use here this line, and I will tell you that what this line is responsible for in Django template language in the coming videos. But just for now, to get the list length, we write this syntax in Django template language. Let's go back to the browser and refresh. Now you can see that we are getting here inside elif this title. So if I show you the source code, we are getting here this h1 inside elif. And what is this syntax? Don't worry, I will explain you this syntax in the coming videos. So I hope you guys understand this if tag and how this if tag works, and we can even use elif and else with this if tag. And here let's remove this elif tag because we don't want to use it, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. We are getting here no post available, and let's see its source code. You can see that we are getting here that h1 no post available. So we learned about if else tag in Django template language in the last video, and we are using this if else tag to solve one problem in our website. The problem is that we want to show a message to the user if we are not getting the post inside our template, or if our post list is empty. Then we are showing this no post available message to the user. And what if I tell you that we can solve this problem using only one tag instead of using if else tag? I showed you if else tag in the last video just to tell you that we have something like if else, like we have in Python, like that we have in Django template language. So that's why I didn't show you directly the tag, the single tag that we can use to solve this problem, because I wanted to show you if else tag as well. But now let's remove this if else tag content, and let's also remove this h1 tag that we are having all post available, and let's save this file. And here now inside our for tag, let's add another tag, and the name of this tag is empty. Now whatever the HTML that we are going to write between this empty tag and the end for tag will be shown to the user if we are not getting the post inside our template, or if the post is empty. So let's show the h1 that no post available to the user. Let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. You can see that we are getting here that h1 no post available. If I show you the source code, we are only getting this h1. So I hope you guys understand this empty tag. And if we remove this variable post which is containing an empty list, which we are using to update the value of the post variable to an empty list. So if we remove this variable, and now let's go back, and here on the home page let's refresh. Now we will not get that no post available message, but now we are getting all the posts. And here I also want to show you something, and that thing is that I want to show some numbering before each post. For example, I want to show number 1 before the first post title and number 2 before the second post title. How can I do that? One simple solution is that we can use the ID key value pair which we have inside each post. But what if this ID key value pair value was some unique ID of string? Now, to solve this problem, we have some variables, some unique variables available inside for tag. And we have different variables. And here, let me show you some. So, as we know, to access a variable, first we need to use these double curly brackets. And here, let's type for loop dot counter. And let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Now you can see that we are getting here number before each title, because this for loop dot counter returns the current iteration, but it starts from 1. And if we add here counter 0, now it will start from 0. So this for loop dot counter or counter 0 returns number representing the current iteration of the for loop. And let's copy this variable and let's put it inside our h1, and let's add here a dash. And here we don't want to use counter 0, but we want to use counter because we want to start our numbering from 1. So here we are getting this numbering. We can even use this numbering if we want to have a if tag inside our for loop. For example, I can use here if for loop dot counter equal to 1. Then I want to show something like first loop. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. Here you can see that we are getting here first loop only once, because we are having here a condition that if for loop dot counter equal to 1. And like that, you can use for loop dot counter 0. And here now we will get this first loop before this second post. So let's refresh and you can see that we are getting here this first loop before the second post, because for loop dot counter 0 starts from 0. And like that, we have different variables. We have for loop dot first, and what does this for loop dot first returns? It returns a boolean value representing that if the for loop iteration is first or not. So let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. You can see that we are getting here this first loop, and like that for loop we have for loop dot last. And here let me show you what this for loop dot first and for loop dot last is returning. Now let's refresh. Now you can see that we're getting here true and false. And let's write here something like for loop dot first equal to, and then comma, for loop dot last equal to. So let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Here for loop dot first is returning true and for loop dot last is returning false. Now in the second case, for loop dot first is returning false, for loop dot last is also returning false, because for loop dot first will return true if the iteration is first, and for loop dot last will return true if it is a last for loop iteration. So in the third case, for loop dot last is returning true, but for loop dot first is returning false. And you can find all these variables that you can use inside for loop in the official built-in tags and filter documentation. And don't worry, I will give you the reference to the official documentation where you can find all the built-in tags and filters. So now let's understand what are filters in Django template language. Now to understand what are filters, so let's pass here some more data to our template. Let's pass here a username, and the name of the key will be username, and let's pass here the username Taranjot. So we are having the username all in lower case. Now let's say if we are fetching this username from the database and we are storing username all in lowercase in the database, then we are also getting the username inside the template but all in lowercase. So let's access this username variable inside our template, and let's put this username variable inside a h1 tag, and let's access the username variable. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. And here you can see that we are getting here nothing. Why? We should get this username because we have to save our views.py file. I forgot to save the views.py file. That was the reason we are not getting this username inside the template. Now if we go back to the browser and refresh, now you can see that we are getting here the username inside our template, but all in lowercase. But what if we want to show username first letter as capital in the template to the user? Now how we can do that? Because we are storing the username all in lowercase inside the database. Right now we know that we are not fetching any username from the database, but we are supposing this. We are supposing this that if we are fetching this username from the database, and as we know that we are storing username all in lowercase, and that's the reason we are getting the username in lowercase in the template. But how we can show the user the username first letter as capital and all other letters as small? Now for that we can use filters. We can use filters to transform variable value for display. Now the syntax of the filter is very simple. We have the variable, and then we use this key, and you can find this key above the enter key on your keyboard, and then we write the filter name here. So as we transform the username variable value, let's use here a filter, and the name of that filter is cap first. And this filter does the same thing that I had told you. It will make the first letter capital. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh, and you can see that now the first letter of the username changed to uppercase. So this is what are filters, but the real value of the variable is same. So if I show you the real value, so let's see the real value, you can see that it is all in the small case. We are using the filter just to transform the variable value for display. We don't want to show username right now, but what we want is that no matter how we are getting the post title, all word first letter should be capital. And how we can do that? For that we can use filter. So here with post title variable, let's use here a filter. The name of that filter is title, and let's save this file. Now let's go back, and you can see that all the titles word first letter changed to capital. And here we are also showing the content of the post, but in real web application, in real blog applications, we don't get all the content of the post while on the home page. We get some content, then we get some dot dot. And how we can do that? For that also we can use a filter, and the name of that filter is truncate words. So let's put here that key, and the name of that filter is truncate words. So it will truncate the words, and here we have to pass here a argument, and to pass arguments with filters we use colon, and then we pass the value for the argument. So here we have to pass how many words we want to truncate. So let's write here 5. Let's save this file. Now if we go back to the browser and refresh, we are getting here the 5 words of the content, and then dot dot dot. That's what we wanted. Here you can see that this is happening with all the post content, and this is how we want to show each post content on the home page, and where you can find all the filters available in Django template language. Inside this built-in template tags and filters documentation, you can find all the built-in filters available. So here inside built-in filter reference, you can find all the built-in filters, and there are many built-in filters. I just showed you some, and in the coming videos we will see a lot of filters. And one more thing is that we can even chain filters. So let's get the username variable again inside a template, and let's see if we are getting that username value. Yes, we are getting the username value, and let's put it inside h1 tag, and here let's use the filter again, which is cap first, and let's save this file. Now let's go back, and yes, the filter is working. So now what if I want to use another filter on this username after filtering it through the cap first filter. For that, I can chain filters. To chain filters, let's put here that key again, which you can find above the enter key in your keyboard, and let's write here the another filter. And let's use a filter name as truncate chars, which will truncate the characters, not the words. And let's pass here 5. Okay, so let's save this file. Now if we go back and refresh, now we are getting here the first 4 words, and then we are getting here dot dot dot. Now if I pass here 4, then I will get only 3 words. So this is how truncate characters filter works. But you can see that we are using more than one filter on this variable. So this is how we can chain filters. So this is how we can chain filters. Now how this is working, let me tell you. So first we are getting here the variable username value, which is Taranjot, all in smaller case. Then we are using this cap first filter, and this cap first filter will transform its value, and it will make the first letter of the username variable value capital. And then we are getting here this then we are having here this third filter, which is truncate cars, and we are passing here the argument force, which means we want to only show 4 characters to the user, and after that dot dot dot. Then what it will do is that it will have here that 3 characters and then dot 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 because of this filter. So this is the end value that it will show to the user. So this is how chaining filters work, and you can see that we are getting here that same result. So right now we are generating the HTML for each post inside post view, and that's not what we want to do. What we want to do is we want to have a separate template for post as well. Like we have a home.html file, like that we want to have a template for post. And let's do that. For that, inside the posts folder, which is inside templates folder, let's create here another template, and let's name this template post. And inside this post.html, let's add here the HTML boilerplate. And right now let's add here a h1, and let's give this h1 the content single post, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, and here to call this post view, we have to request the URL connected to this post view, and this URL is connected to the post view. So we have to pass here the post ID in the URL. Let's pass here 1 as post ID, and you can see that we are getting here the first post, but we are not getting here the template that we created, because we have to render that template inside our post view. And here, instead of sending HTTP response, let's use here render function. And here we know that the render function takes request as its first argument. Then we have to pass here the name of the template that we want to render, and let's write here post.html. But only writing post.html will not work, because post.html is inside the posts folder, which is inside the templates folder. So we have to write here post/post.html, and here let's remove this HTML variable, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. Now you can see that we are getting here the post.html as response. And we have to write here post/ because post.html is inside the posts folder, and we know that by default Django look for templates inside templates folder inside each installed apps, but we created another folder named same as the app inside the templates folder, and we are putting all the templates inside that folder. So we have to refer to that folder as well while rendering the template. And if we are having template directly inside the templates folder, then we only have to write the template name. And these are the things that we have discussed in the last videos. But now here, what we want to do is, instead of showing this h1, we want to show user post content dynamically according to the ID. And how we can do that? For that, we will pass here on text, we will pass some data to the post.html template. And here We know that inside this post dict variable, we are getting the post according to the ID in the URL. And here, now we will remove this HTML variable because now we don't want to generate HTML inside view, but we will do that inside our template. So let's pass here the post dict variable to our template. And now inside our post.html, here inside the h1, let's access the post dict variable that we are sending from the view. And here let's access the title of the post, and we also want to show the content. For that, let's again access the post variable, and we know that to access a variable we have to use double curly brackets, and let's write here post dict and dot then content to access the content of the post. Let's save this file. Now let's go back and let's refresh. Now you can see that we are getting here the post title and content, and we are getting here the post according to the ID in the URL. If I write here 2, then I will get the post with ID 2. So we added the template for the post as well. But if we go back to the home of our blog web application, if I click on any of the title, you can see that I am getting redirected to the home URL. I am not getting the post that on which I am clicking. So what I want to do is, if user will click on the first post, then I want to show user first post. And how we can do that? For that, we have to set here the href attribute value, because attribute value to the post URL with the post ID. And we are making our h1 the title link using this anchor tag. So let's pass here the URL for the post. So let's add here slash post slash, and then here we have to pass here the post ID. And we know that we are getting here each post inside this post variable in each for loop iteration. So let's access this variable, this post variable, and let's access the ID. So let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh, and if I show you the source code, you can see that now here each title anchor tag is having a URL, but it is also having the ID of that post. The first post has the ID 0, so here we are having 0. The second post is having the ID 1, so here we are having 1. And we also have to add here a ending slash as well. Let's add that. Now if we go back to the browser and refresh on the home URL, now if I click on any of the posts, you can see that we are getting that post. So in the last video, we added the template for the post as well. So now we are using templates functionality for showing single post to the user. But right now on the post page, we don't have any way that user can use to go back to the home page of our blog web application. So let's add a link here inside our post template to the home page of our blog web application. Now for that, let's add here an anchor tag, and let's name this anchor tag home page. And here in the href attribute, we have to pass the URL of the home page. So let's pass here the URL, which is post/home. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to our browser, and here now let's refresh. So we are having here the home page link. So if I click on this link, you can see that we are getting redirected to the home page of our blog web application, and we are having this link on each post. But here's the one problem, and the problem is we are hard coding the URL. So let's say if I change the URL inside our us.py file, let's say if I change the home URL from home to main, and let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. Now if I click on this home page link, it will not work because I changed the URL inside the us.py file. So now I have to change the URL inside the post.html as well. I have to change here from home to main. Now if I save this file, now if we go back and refresh, now you can see that it is working. But this is not what we want to do, because as we are hard coding the URL, now wherever we are using the home URL, we have to change that home URL if we change the URL inside us.py file. And that's not the best practice because right now our project is very small. What about in bigger projects? So we need a functionality like we have reverse function in the views to dynamically generate the URL. Like that we need to have that same functionality inside templates to dynamically generate URL inside templates as well. Can we do that? Yes, we can use a tag and we have a URL tag to dynamically generate the URL. So here let's change this home URL from main to home, and here now inside our href attribute here, instead of hard coding the URL we will use a tag, and we know that each tag in Django template language have curly brackets, and then we pass here percentage sign, and then we have to pass here the name of the tag, and the name of the tag is URL, and this URL tag don't have ending tag. So I hope you guys understand because the tags we had seen till now are having ending tag, but this URL tag don't have a ending tag. Now inside this URL tag we have to pass here some data, and the data that we have to pass here is the name of the URL that we want to dynamically generate inside our template. So we want to dynamically generate the home URL. So here we are giving name to this home URL home. So let's write here home. Let's save this file. Now if we go back to the browser and here let's open any post. So now if I show you the source code of this post, you can see that we are getting here the URL. We are using this URL tag inside our post.html template, but in the end in the browser we are getting the URL because this URL tag dynamically generates the URL that we want to generate. So now here if I click on this home page link, you can see that we are getting redirected to the home page, and here if I change the home URL from home to main again, and now as we are dynamically generating the URL inside template using this URL tag, we don't have to do anything, we don't have to change anything inside our post.html template. So if I refresh here now, if I click on this home page link, you can see that everything is working. And if I show you the source code of the post again, you can see that we are getting here post/main instead of post/home. So now let's go back here and let's change here from main to home again, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. Now here if I show you the source code again, you can see that we are now getting home instead of main. So I hope you guys understand this URL tag. But here inside that home.html, we are also hard coding the URL for post as well. We don't want to do that. So let's use the URL tag here. And here we have to pass the name of the post URL, and let's see what we have given the name to the post URL. We have given the post name to the post URL. So let's write here post, and let's save this file. Now if I save this file and if I go back to the browser, we will get the error. So let me show you. Let's save this file, and now let's go back to the home page. You can see that we are getting here the error, and we are getting this error because this post URL also needs a ID. We are capturing ID inside this post URL, so we have to pass here the ID, and we can use this post variable. So let's use this post variable, and here let's access the ID. So if inside the URL, if we are capturing some values, like we are capturing the ID of the post, and if we are using the URL tag, then we have to pass that URL parameter, and we have to pass that URL parameter in order. We are only capturing post.id, so I am only writing here post.id. Let's say after post.id we are also capturing the name of the post, and if we are capturing the name of the post after this ID, let's say like this, then I have to pass the value for this URL parameter as well inside the URL tag, but I have to pass it in order. So after post.id, I have to pass here the post.type. title. But we don't want to do that. So let's remove it from here as well. So let's save all the files. And now let's go back to the browser. And here now on the home page, if I refresh, now we will not get any error. Now you can see that we are not getting any error. And let's see the source code of this home page as well. So you can see that we are getting here the post URL for each post. And we are dynamically generating these URLs using this URL tag. So till now we had learned a lot of things about Django and Django template language, but now in this video I want to talk about one setting. So inside settings.py file we have settings related to templates, and here we had learned about this app dir settings till now. We know that this app underscore dir settings tells the Django to look for templates inside each installed apps, but now I want to talk about this dir setting. Don't worry, we will see this context processors as well in this section. But right now in this video, our main focus is on this dir settings. Now this dir settings tells the Django to look for templates in other locations as well. So by default, Django look for templates inside each installed tabs, but using this dir settings, we can tell Django to look for templates in other locations. For example, we are creating templates inside app, but what if we have some templates which are not related to any app, which are directly related to the project? Then what can we do in this case? So in this case, what we can do is we can create a folder inside our Django project, and we can name this folder templates, and the name is up to you. And inside this templates folder, now we will put all the global template files. But right now, Django only knows to look for templates inside app. Django don't know about this templates folder. So how we can tell Django to look for templates inside this templates folder as well? For that we will use this dir settings. Now here, to use this dir settings, we had to learn about something, and that is how we can use this base dir variable. Now we can use this base dir variable to build paths. Let me explain you how. Now let's see how we can create paths using this base dir variable. First we have to access this base dir variable, and then we have to use this /, and then we have to name here the folder for which we want to create the path. For example, we want to create a path for this templates folder. So let's write here templates, and let's save this file. And here above the base dir variable, you can find this comment explaining how we can build paths using base dir variable. And here let's print this base dir path that we created. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the terminal, and here now you can see that we are getting here the path, which is the path to the templates. So here you can see. So let's print a string before this base dir path. Okay, so let's write here base dir equal to, and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the terminal, and here you can see that we are getting this path. So this is how we can build path using this base dir variable. And you can add more things, like after templates I want to have like templates, let's say blog. Now let's save this file. Now let's go back, and now the path will be, you can see, /templates and then blog. So we can use this base dir variable to create paths. And here inside the dir's settings, which is a list, as you can see, we have to pass here the path to the folders in which Django should look for templates. So to create path, we know we have to use this base dir variable, and then as we want Django to look for templates inside this templates folder, which is inside our blog project, so let's add here /, and then let's write here templates. And let me tell you one more thing, that this base dir gives path till our project. And after that, by adding this forward slash, we can create a path to the folders inside our project. So now let's save this file here, and we know nothing will happen because right now inside our templates folder, which is inside our project, we are not having any template. Let's create a global.html file, and here let's have a h1 tag, and let's write here global h1. Let's save this file, and inside the project us.py file, let's create a url, and let's name this url global. And here now let's write here views.global, and let's create a view named global inside our apps views.py file. And there let's create the view named global, and let's pass here the request. And here now we will use the render function. Let's use that render function, return render, and let's pass here request, and then we have to pass here the template. Now as we don't want to render the template which is inside the templates folder which are inside our app, but we want to render the template which is inside this global templates folder, so we just only have to write here the name of the template, global.html. Now let's save this file, and here we are getting some error. Okay, so global is a keyword in Python. We can't use global keyword directly, so let's write here global1, and inside the us.py file also let's add here global1. So now let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, and let's request the global url. Here you can see that we are getting here the template, the global.html template. So if I show you the source code, you can see that we are getting here the same source code which we wrote inside the global.html. So this is what is this dir settings inside our template settings, and how we can use base dir variable to build paths. Now in this video we will learn about something known as template inheritance. Template inheritance is very useful thing, and it is very simple. Believe me, trust me, just listen to me, and you will find template inheritance very easy. And I will try my best to explain you template inheritance in the most easiest way. So right now inside our blog web application, we are having here two templates. We are having post.html and we are having home.html. And inside each template, we are having some common HTML code. We are having this HTML boilerplate, and this HTML boilerplate is same for each template. And as our blog web application will grow, we are going to create more templates, and inside each template we are going to have this HTML boilerplate. Not this only HTML boilerplate, but we are going to have navbar, footer, and that will also be same for our blog web application. So let's add here the navbar. Let's add the nav tag, and here inside nav tag let's put this home page link, and let's also add footer, and let's add this footer inside our home.html, and let's put that navbar inside home.html as well, because we want to have navbar and footer in all the pages in our blog web application. Now right now we are only having two templates, so copying and pasting the same HTML code is not very difficult thing to do. But let's say we are working on a very large project, and there if we have to make some changes inside footer, then we have to change it in all the templates, and that's not what we want to do. What we want to do is that whatever the common HTML code that we are going to have inside each template, we only write it once and we can use it in all the templates. And that's what we are going to do using template inheritance. Believe me, maybe right now it is difficult to understand what I am trying to say. Just stick with this video till the end of this video. You will have the knowledge of template inheritance. Now what we will do is we will create a template again, but now in that template we are going to put all the common HTML code that we are going to have inside each template. And as that template is not related to any app, we will put that template inside the global templates folder that we created. And here let's remove this global.html, and let's also remove the URL that we created for the global.html, and let's also remove the view that is handling this global URL. Let's save this file, and let's also save the us.py file. And here now inside the templates folder, which is inside our project, this templates folder, let's create a template, and let's name this template base. You can name it anything, but in the official documentation they had also named it base, so I am also going to use the name base. And inside this base.html, let's put all the common HTML code that we are going to have inside each template. Let's put this HTML boilerplate inside this base.html. And we are going to have navbar and footer in all the templates as well. So let's copy the navbar as well, and let's put it inside the body, and let's also copy the footer and let's put it inside the base.html as well. And now let's save this file. Now what we will do here is inside post.html, now we will remove the code, the common HTML code, and here now we will use a tag, and that tag is extends. And inside this extends tag, we have to pass here an argument, and here the argument should be the name of the HTML template that we want to extend. So as we are having all the common HTML code inside base.html, so we want to extend this base.html. So let's write here base.html. Now let's save this file, and now let's go back to the browser, and here let's go back to the home, and here let's open any post, and here you can see that we are getting here the navbar and footer. Right now we are not getting this h1 and this p tag. Just ignore this for now. Just let's focus on this extend tag, and let's remove this h1 and p for now. So let's save this post.html file, and now let's refresh. And if I show you the source code of the post.html, you can see that we are getting here the HTML boilerplate and navbar and the footer, the code that we wrote inside base.html, and we are just using this tag, extend tag, inside our post.html. So can you see this magic? We are getting the common HTML code that we wrote inside base.html inside post.html as well, and this is same for each post, you can see. And we just wrote this HTML boilerplate once, this navbar and footer as well, only once inside base.html, and we are getting that same HTML inside post.html because we are extending that base.html using this extends tag. Now the question is, what about the HTML? What about the content that will be different inside each template? For that, the content that will be different inside each template, for that we will define a block. And to define a block, we are going to use a tag which is block. So let's use this block tag, and then we have to name this block tag, and let's name this block tag body, and we have to end this block tag. Let's end this block tag, and we have to end this using the tag and block. And here it's optional to give the name, but I will give here the name, so I will give here the name body. So we are creating a block inside body, and we are naming this block body. And here now what we can do is, as post.html is extending this base.html, and inside base.html we are defining this block. Now inside this post.html we can fill this block. So we can put the content of post.html inside this block we are going to fill this block. So to fill this block, we are again going to use the block tag inside post.html, the template which is extending the base.html. And here we have to write body because we want to fill the body block. So we have to write here the name body because we gave the body block name body. And here inside post.html, let's paste the code h1 and ptag. And now let's save this file. Now here let me show you the source code of the post.html again. Here we are getting this navbar, then footer, and nothing else between the navbar and footer. But now if I refresh here, we are getting the h1 tag and the content, and after that we are getting the footer, and before that we are getting the navbar. If I show you the source code again of this post.html, you can see that we are getting all the common HTML code, the navbar, footer, and the HTML boilerplate, but now we are also getting the h1 and p tag that we wrote inside post.html. So using this block tag, we can fill the blocks inside base.html. And we define block inside the base.html wherever the content will be different inside each template, as the title of each template will be different. So let's define a block inside title as well, and let's name this block title. Let's save this file. Now here inside post.html, we can even fill this title block as well. So let's fill that title block as well, and let's give here the title post.html. Let's save this file. So right now we are having here the title document. So if I refresh, you can see that it changed to post.html. So inside base.html, we are going to put all the common HTML code that we are going to have inside each template, and the part in where we will have different content inside each template, we are going to define their block. Okay, and then we are going to fill that blocks in the templates where we are extending the base.html. And I hope you guys understand what is template inheritance. And here now let's do this same inside home.html as well. So let's remove all the common HTML code, and here now let's first extend the base.html. For that we are going to use a tag named extends, and let's use that extends tag, and here let's write the name base.html. And now let's save this file, and now let's go back to the home page and let's refresh. You can see that we are getting here the home page, navbar, and the footer. And here we are going to have this inside the body, and as the content of the body, we know that that will be different. So that's why we defined a block inside the base.html, and we are going to fill this block inside the home.html. So to fill the body block, we have to use the block tag again inside the home.html, and we have to write here the name of the block that we want to fill. So we want to fill body block, so let's write here body, and let's write here body as well inside end block, and here let's put this HTML inside this block body. Let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. That's because we are using here this quotes, and we don't have to use these quotes. So let's remove these quotes. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. You can see that now we are getting here the content of the homepage as well. But we are not writing that boilerplate, the navbar, footer inside the home.html. We just wrote the common HTML once inside the base.html, and we are using template inheritance, and we are using this extend tag to extend that base.html, and then we are using this block tag to fill the blocks. And if I show you the source code of the home.html, you can see that we are getting here the boilerplate, we are getting here the navbar, then we are getting here the content of our home page, then we are also getting the footer and the ending body and HTML tag. So I hope you guys understand the idea behind template inheritance. So now let's see how we can work with static files in Django. Now before that, what are static files? So we have images, we have CSS, we have JavaScript. We refer to these files as static files because they don't change. They are same for every user. So now, to work with static files, first we should have some settings. So inside the settings.py file, inside the installed apps, we should have this django.contrib.static files app, which is by default present in all the Django projects. And this app allows us and helps us to work with static files. And after this setting, after this app, we should have this static URL, this setting. And this settings just tells the Django to which URL to use to serve static files. And by default, it is set to static slash. Now we can start working with static files. Now here inside our app, inside our post app, let's create a folder and we should name this folder static. And we are going to store all the static files related to the post app inside this static folder. Now as we created a different folder with same name as the app inside the templates, like that we are going to create another folder inside the static folder named same as app. And the reason behind this is because if in the future in other app, if we have a same static file like post app static file with same name, then whenever we will refer to the static file which is present inside the post app, so as the name of the static files will conflict, so Django will get confused and Django will match the first static files and he will use that static file. So to point Django at the right static file, that's why we are creating another folder inside static folder with same name as the post app. And inside this post folder, let's create a CSS file and let's name this CSS file home.css. Let's create a CSS file for each template. So let's create a CSS file for post.html as well. So let's create here post.css. And inside both CSS file, let's add some CSS. And I hope you guys know some basic CSS. And let's add this CSS to the home.css as well. So now how we can use these static files inside our template. So as the static files are different for each template, so let's create a block inside head tag inside base.html for the CSS as well. So let's name this block CSS. And now inside the child templates, now inside the templates which are extending base.html, we will fill this CSS block. So first inside home.html, let's fill that CSS block. So let's first access that CSS block. And here now we want to use the home.css static file that we created. Now to use static files, first we have to load something. First we have to load static, which allow us to use some another tags. And to load static, we use a tag named load, and then we have to type here static. And now after loading the static, now we can write here the HTML that we use to link CSS file. So let's write the HTML. And here now inside this href attribute, to access this home.css file, we are going to use another tag, and the name of that tag is static. And here we pass argument, and here we pass the name of the static file that we want to use. So as we want to use home.css, so let's write here home.css, but by default Django look for static files inside the static folder. But we are having our static files, which is CSS files, inside another folder named same as app. So we have to write here post slash the name of the folder inside which we are having the CSS file. And let's go back to the browser and refresh, and you can see here we are not getting anything. Let's hard refresh. And even after doing hard refresh, we are not getting anything. Now here, as we added some new files, now what we can do is we have to restart the server. And this has happened with me always, that whenever I add static files, I have to restart the server to see the changes. So let's restart the server by giving the command python-py run server. So now let's go back to the browser, and now let's refresh. And here you can see that now we are getting CSS applied to our home.html. Now we are getting that home.css static file. So if I show you the source code, You can see that we are getting here URL at the place where we were using the static tag. We are getting here this URL slash static slash post slash home.css slash static part. We know this part where it is coming from. We know inside the settings.py file, if we scroll down, we have this static URL. So this static slash is coming from that settings, and post slash home.css, we know that we have this folder named post, and this is our static file. So this static tag is returning the URL for the static file that we want to use. And we can even access this static file using this URL. So here you can see that we are getting this static file, the CSS file. So here you can see that we are getting here the CSS file. Now here let's access the post.css file inside post.html. So here again, first we have to load the static. So let's load the static using load tag. And here now let's create the block CSS, and here let's add the HTML to link CSS file. And here inside href attribute, we know that we have to use the static tag to refer to the static files, to use the static files. So let's use the static tag, and here we have to pass here the name of the static file that we want to use. So we want to use post.css, but as post.css is inside post folder, so we have to type here post slash. Now if we go back to the browser, and here let's access any post, so you can see that we are getting the CSS file. So CSS applied to our HTML. And again, if I show you the source code of post.html, here you can see that we are getting here the URL for post.css. So this is how we work with static files in Django. Now in the next video, we will see how we can work with global static files. So we learned about static files and how to work with static files. And here inside a block web application, we are having same styling for home page and the post page. And in Django projects, we know that we are going to have some common style sheet that will be same for all the templates. So now that style sheets will not be related to any app, but they are used by all the templates of all the apps. So we refer to these types of static files as global static files, and like we have some templates like this page.html which have some common structure that will be same for all the other templates inside our project. Like that, we are going to have some CSS files, some JavaScript files, some static files that will be same for all the templates. And for that, here now inside our Django project, we will create a folder and we will name this folder static. And here inside this static folder, we are going to put all the global static files. And here now let's create a static file and let's create a CSS file. Let's name this CSS file style. And here let's put the CSS that we are having for the post and home page, which is common for both templates. And here now if we try to access this style.css, and as this style.css will be same for all the templates, so it is better to include this style.css inside our base.html file, which have the common HTML that will be same for all the templates. So here not after but before this block CSS, let's refer to the style.css. And here we know that first we have to load static to use static files, and then to refer the static files we have to use the static tag, and then we have to pass here the name of the static file that we want to use. So let's write here style.css. And now inside post.html, let's remove this block CSS, and inside home.html, let's also remove this block CSS. So now let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. We are not getting that style.css, and maybe you are thinking that we have to restart the server. So let's restart the server. Now let's go back and refresh. So again you can see that we are not getting here any styles. And the reason behind that is because Django don't know about this static folder. And we have to tell Django to look for static files inside this static folder as well, which is containing all the global static files. So for that, we have to go inside our settings.py file, and here let's add a setting that will tell the Django to look for static files inside this static folder, and we will write this setting after this static URL setting. We have to write here static files underscore dirs, and this variable should be a list containing path to the static folders where we want Django to look for static files. So here we know that we have to pass here a path. So we will use that base dir variable to build path till this static folder. So let's write here static. So let's save this file and let's go back to the browser, and here refresh. You can see that now we are getting style.css, and we are getting style.css in all the templates because we linked the style.css inside the base.html. And here we are having this CSS block, and now inside post.html we will only fill this block.css with the style sheet that will be related to the post.html, because now the common CSS we are having inside style.css. Now the way we included style.css is the same way that you will use to include JavaScript files, images, and here inside this folder, this post folder, which is inside the static folder, which is inside the app, you can create different folders. For example, you can create a CSS folder and you can put all the files in all the CSS file inside the CSS folder, and then when referring to the CSS file, after writing post slash, you have to write slash CSS as well, because you will have your CSS file inside CSS folder. So I hope you guys understand how to work with global static files as well. So I have created some new HTML files to enhance the look of our blog web application. Let's add those templates inside our Django project. So these are the templates that I have prepared. So let's copy these templates and let's paste this template inside our post app templates folder. Let's paste here the files. So we are not getting here the paste option. So what we can do here is we can put this VS Code on the left side and we can put this folder on the right side, and let's move these files inside our template folder. Here let's replace the old post.html with the new post.html, and here inside the home view, instead of rendering the home.html, now we will render this new index.html that we added. So here let's replace home.html with index.html. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, and here on the home page let's refresh. So you can see that we are getting here the new template that we added as response, and these templates have much better look than the old templates. And if we go to the post page, so let's pass here the id too. So you can see that we are getting here the new template as response on the post URL as well. So here now let's go back to the home URL, and here the only issue is that we are not getting here the post. So let's write the logic to dynamically generate HTML for each post. But before that, here's a quick note that I am using Bootstrap for styling our HTML. So if you don't know what is Bootstrap, let me give you a small overview about Bootstrap. Bootstrap allows us to style our HTML only using some classes, so we don't have to write custom CSS. And here now inside our index.html, right here, let's use the for tag and let's loop through the post list. So we are sending this post list from our home view to our template. Let's loop through the post list, and here inside the for tag we will put this HTML, because this div is representing post card and we want to generate this HTML for each post. So let's put this div inside our for tag, and here let's replace the card title and let's show here the post title. So let's write here post.title, And if you don't know from where we are getting this post variable, so this is the post variable that we created inside this for tag, and in each iteration we know that we are getting here dictionary inside this post variable, and here we are accessing that post variable, and we are accessing the title key inside that post variable. And here let's show the content of the post. Let's write here post.content. And here, as we don't want to show all the post content on the home page, we only want to show some words of the content. So let's use here the filter truncate words, and let's pass here 5 because we only want to show 5 words. We also want to use the title filter with post title. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. So you can see that now we are getting here 3 posts. So we are dynamically generating HTML for each post. And we are getting here first post, second post, and the third post. And we are having here this read more link. So here inside this read more link, we know that whenever user will click on this read more link, we will send user to the post page. Inside this href attribute, let's use the URL tag to dynamically generate the URL for each post. So let's pass here the post URL name, which is post, and also we have to pass here the post ID. And I don't think I have to explain everything from the beginning because in the last video we had seen everything that we are doing right now. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. Now let's click on any post. So let's click on first post. Here now you can see that we are getting redirected to the post URL. But here we are showing this dummy data, but we want to show data according to the post. So here inside the post.html, we know that we are getting here post ticked variable because inside the post view we are sending this post ticked variable to our template. So here inside this h1 tag, let's show here the post title. So let's access the post ticked variable and let's show the post title. And here inside this p tag, so let's remove this p tag because it is containing a lot of data and I don't want to go through each line and delete the data. So let's remove this p tag completely and let's add here a p tag, and inside this p tag let's show the post content. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. You can see that now we are getting here the data related to the post that we opened. So if we open any other post, then we will get the data related to that post. Now here we are having some common HTML inside index.html and post.html. And here we know that we are going to have this same HTML inside each template. So let's use the template inheritance functionality of Django template language. So inside the base.html, let's put all the common HTML that we are having. So let me zoom out, and I know that now it is difficult for you to see the code, but don't worry, I am just zooming out just to copy the code. So let's copy the HTML boilerplate and let's paste it inside the base.html, and let's copy the pagination part and the footer and the ending body and HTML tag, and let's paste it inside the base.html as well. And inside this base.html, now let's create block for the content that will be different inside each template. So as the body part will be different for each page, so let's create a block inside body. Let's use here the block tag and let's name this block body, and we also have to add here end block tag. So let's add here end block tag and let's give it the same name body. And here as the title will be different for each page, so let's add a block inside title as well. So let's name this block title. Let's open the end block as well. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the index.html, and here now what we have to do is we have to extend the base.html using the extend tag. So let's use the extend tag here and let's pass here the name pasted HTML, and here let's open the body block and let's put this HTML code inside this body block. And let's remove this HTML code and let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and let's go to the home page and let's see if we are getting the same result or not. So you can see that we are getting here the same result, but the only thing is we are getting pagination now before this post, and I think we are getting this because we messed the HTML. So we have to remove this div here from our index.html, and now inside our base.html we are creating this block after the pagination HTML, and if we don't want to do that, let's define this block before the pagination HTML. So now let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and here refresh. Now you can see that we are getting here the home page, and now we are getting here the pagination after the post, and that's what we want to do. And now let's do the same thing inside post.html as well. So here let's remove all the common HTML. And here now let's use the extend tags to extend the base.html, and let's define here the block body, and let's put this HTML code inside the block body. And let's save this file. So now let's go back to the browser and let's go to any post, and now let's see if we are getting here the result or not. So you can see that we are getting here the same result. We are getting here the post.html page, and here inside base.html inside the head tag you can see that we are having here some styling, we are having here some CSS, and this CSS is same for all the templates. So we set up the new templates inside our Django project, and here let's also do some cleaning. So now we are not having any static files, so let's delete this static folder from our app, and let's also delete this global static folder, and also let's remove this home.html as well, because now we are not using this home.html. And here inside the views.py file we are having here this Google view, and we also don't need that, so let's remove this Google view. And inside the us.py file of our app we don't have any unnecessary URL here, but inside the project us.py file we are having this URL which is connected to the Google view, which we deleted. So let's also remove this URL as well, and let's save this file. And now let's go back to the browser and refresh, and let's see if we didn't make any error. So we don't have any error. So now I hope you guys understand how we did everything till now. I know this video was very confusing because we added new templates and we worked with a lot of HTML. So I know this happens with every beginner, every new beginner, that when we start working with some new HTML files which contains many HTML, new beginners get confused, but you don't have to be scared of this thing because in real life you are going to work with this much of HTML. So we successfully installed the new templates inside our Django project. And now we have this div, and this div represents the postcard. So this is the HTML which is behind this postcard. And in the future, as we are going to add more functionalities to our blog web application, we are going to add more templates. And let's say in one of those templates or in more than one of those templates, if we want to use this postcard, so we have to write this HTML behind the postcard again in those templates. So we are going to repeat the code. And this is against one philosophy of Django, which is dry, and dry stands for don't repeat yourself. And you can find all the Django philosophies that Django uses on the official documentation on the philosophies page. And here you can find this don't repeat yourself philosophy. So we are repeating the code, and this is against the philosophy of Django, which is don't repeat yourself. What we want is we want to write this HTML code once, and we want that now whenever we want to use this HTML, we don't have to write it again, we can just use it. I know you are not getting my point right now. But what I am trying to say is that what we can do to just use this HTML code again and again instead of writing it again and again. So how we can do that? So what we will do here is that we will put this HTML code inside another file, and now whenever we want to use this HTML, we will include that HTML file. And that's what we are going to do. So inside our post folder, which is inside the templates folder, which is inside our app, let's create another folder here, and let's name this folder includes. The name is upon you. You can name it anything, but I am going to name it includes. And inside this includes folder, let's create another HTML file, and let's name this HTML file post.html. And let's put this div, the HTML behind the postcard, inside this post.html. And instead of naming it post.html, because as this name can conflict with the post.html that we have inside the post folder, so let's change its name from post.html to postcard.html. And now let's save all the files. Now how we can include this postcard.html inside our template? For that we will use a tag, and the name of the tag is include. So we use this include tag, and now here we have to pass the location of the template that we want to include. So as we want to include this postcard.html, and we know that by default Django look for templates inside the templates folder, and as we are putting all the templates inside this post folder, which is inside the templates folder, and our postcard.html is inside this includes folder, and this includes folder is inside the post folder. I know this is very confusing, but don't worry, believe me, with time you will get it. Okay, so I'm just only saying that we have this includes folder inside this post folder. So here first we will tell Django to look for templates inside the post folder, because by default Django will look for templates inside templates folder. But inside the post folder we will tell Django that we have another folder, and the name of that folder is includes. So go inside that includes folder, and inside that includes folder we have this postcard.html, and include that postcard.html here. So I hope you guys understand what I am trying to say. Let's save this file. So now let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. We are getting here the same result. We are getting here the post, but we are not writing here the post HTML. And one more thing I want to show you, that inside this postcard.html we are having these variables. And now you will be thinking that how we are getting access to these variables, as we are sending this variable to the index.html file, not to this postcard.html file. The answer is, whenever we include a template inside our template, then whatever the data that we are receiving inside this index.html template, we will also receive that data inside the included template. So we are also getting the data inside postcard.html as well. So now in the future, when we will include this postcard.html inside any other template, so whatever data we will receive in that template, we will also get that data inside postcard.html template as well. So that is the reason we are getting access to this post variable. So I hope you guys understand the reasons behind including other HTML files. So in summary, this is all about that we don't have to repeat code again, but here this HTML code is not that we are going to have in all the templates, but this HTML code is that code that we will use in other templates. So instead of writing that HTML code again, we can put that HTML code inside another file, and now whenever we want to use that HTML code, we can simply include that code inside our template. So till now we had learned a lot of things, and believe me, there are many more things left to learn, and we will learn everything one by one. But right now inside the post view, the view which is responsible for showing single post to the user, inside that post view we are using this HTTP response not found class to return user a 404 response. And we are sending this 404 response only if we don't have post with the ID captured from the URL. And here we are sending the response post not available. So let's request this post view with ID which is not present inside our blog web application. So here, let's request that post view with ID 25, and as we don't have any post with ID 25, we should get that 404 response. So here you can see that we are getting that post not available response. And if I open the network tab and we have to refresh, let's refresh. Here you can see that we are getting here the status code 404 as well. And that's what we want to do. But here, as we are using HTTP response not found class, we are responsible for the response that we want to show to the user. And here we can even send HTML as response. Let's put this message inside the h1 tag. Let's save this file. Let's go back to the browser and refresh. And here you will see that we will get HTML as response. So you can see that we are getting here post not available as response, but now we are getting the HTML as response. But the status code is same, we are getting here 404. But as we are using this HTTP response not found class, we are responsible for what we want to show to the user. And that's not what we want to do, because in modern web application nowadays we have a consistent 404 page, and that's what we want to have inside a blog web application as well. So how we can do that? For that, let's import another class from Django.http, and the name of that class is http 404. And here, let's remove this HTTP response redirect class because we are not using this class. And here also let's remove this HTTP response class because we are not using it as well. And as we are also not using this reverse function as well, so let's remove it. So now let's save this file. So now here, instead of returning HTTP response not found, here we will raise an exception. So let's write here raise, and here we are going to use that HTTP 404 class that we imported. So let's write here HTTP 404. Let's use that class. And now here, let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser. And here, if now refresh, now you can see that we are getting here the standard 404 page of Django as response. And we are getting this page because right now we are in development mode, but in the production, we will get a different response. And let me show you what response we will get in production. For that, I am going to change some settings, and I'm only changing these settings for testing purposes. So here inside the settings.py file, first let's change this debug to false, and let's allow all hosts, which is not a good idea, and you don't have to do this inside production. Okay, I'm just doing this for testing purposes only. Okay, so now let's go back to the browser and here refresh. Now you will see that we will get a different response. So we have to restart the server as well. So let's restart the server, because as we changed the debug to false, then because of that our server stopped running. So we have to run the server again. So now let's go back and refresh. Now you can see that we are getting here a different response. We are getting here not found. The request resource was not found on the server. So this is the page, this is the response that we will get in production. But we want to customize our 404 page, and how we can do that? For that, inside the global templates folder here, let's create another template, and we have to name this template 404. So let's create this template. So here inside this 404 HTML, let's extend the base.html. So let's use the extend tags, and let's extend the base.html, and let's save this file. And now let's go back to the browser, and here now if I refresh, now here you can see that so we customized the 404 page, and here we can overwrite the block body, and let's add here a h1 tag, and let's write here 404 page not found. So now we want to show this message to the user. Let's save this file. So now let's go back and refresh, and here you can see that we are getting here 404 page not found message. And here let's give it some styling. So for that I will add here class, I will add text danger to make the color red and text center. put this title in center. Let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. So you can see that we customized the 404 page, and we not only customized it for host view, but we customized it for our web application. So if we try to request a URL which is not present inside our blog web application, for example, let's write here slash something rubbish. Now let's request this URL. You can see that we are getting here our custom 404 page. So whenever Django will catch this exception, Django will automatically render the 404 HTML page. And if we don't have this custom 404 HTML page, then Django will return the default 404 HTML page. But if we have this custom 404 template, then Django will return that template. So now let's change the settings to the default. So inside the settings.py file, so now let's change the debug to true, and now let's don't allow all the hosts. Let's refresh here. Now again we are getting the standard Django 404 page that we get in development mode. So I hope you guys understand how we can customize 404 error of our Django web application and how we can show custom 404 template. So now we will learn about a new concept, and that concept is called context processors. So inside our blog web application, inside the navbar, we are having these categories. And this is a drop down containing all the categories that we have inside our blog web application. But there is a one problem. And that problem is we are hard coding these categories. But as a owner or admin of our website, we want to control categories. We want control to add or delete category. And how we will do that? So for that, what we will do is we will store all the categories that we have inside a blog web application inside the database, and we will fetch those categories from the database, and with the help of Django template language inside the template, we will dynamically generate HTML for each category. But right now, as we are not using database because we hadn't learned about database, so what we will do is we will create a list containing all the categories. But in the future, when we will learn about database, we will store all the posts and categories and any other data that we are going to work with inside a blog web application inside the database. So inside a views.py file, let's add here another list, and let's name this list categories. And let's write here all the categories that we want to have inside a blog web application. Let's add here programming, programming, food, travel. So right now we are having 3 categories, and we are having our navbar inside page.html. And this is a problem because we don't have any view which is handling the page.html, so we can't send this categories list to the base.html. So how are we going to solve this problem? So as these categories will be dynamic, so let's add here a block. So here let's create a block, and let's name this block categories, and we have to end this block after this. But we don't want to have this HTML, so let's remove this HTML, and I copied that HTML because we need that HTML. Now here inside our home view, let's send this categories list as context to the index.html template. So here let's pass that categories list as well. So let's add here another key value pair, and let's name it categories, and let's pass the categories list to the index.html template. Now inside the index.html template, let's fill that categories block. For that, let's create here a block, and we have to name it categories. And here inside this categories block, let's use the for tag to loop through the categories list that we are sending from our view to the index.html template. Let's write here for category in categories, And let's paste here the HTML that we copied from the base.html. So this is the HTML that we want to generate for each category, and let's remove other HTML because we don't need that. And here we have to change this text programming with the variable category. So now let's save this file. So now let's go back to the browser, and here now let's refresh. Now here we are getting these categories. So here you can see that we are getting here these categories, but also we are getting these categories here as well. And here we are getting these links because we put the block categories inside this block body. So we have to put these block categories outside this block body. So now let's save this file, and now let's go back and refresh. So now here we are getting these categories, and now we are dynamically showing categories. So if I remove a category from our categories list, so let's remove this travel category and let's save this file. So now here let's refresh. Now we will get here only two categories. Let me show you. Now here you can see that we are getting here two categories. So let's add here travel category again. Now let's save this file and let's refresh. Now we will get here three categories. So you can see that now we are getting here three categories. So now we are dynamically showing categories. But if we go to the post page here, now you can see that we are not getting the categories because we have to send this categories list to the post.html template, and then inside the post.html template we have to repeat this code as well again. So let's do that. So here let's send the categories list to the post.html template, and here let's copy the code from the index.html instead of writing it again inside the post.html. So let's add that block before the block body. So let's save this file. So now let's refresh. Now you can see that we are getting the categories inside post.html as well. And if I show you the source code, you can see that we are getting here the HTML boilerplate, navbar, everything. But this is a problem, and the problem is that we are repeating the code. So now we have only two templates. We have index.html, post.html, but in the future, as we are going to have more views, as we are going to have more templates, we have to send this categories list to each template inside the view, and we have to write this code to dynamically generate HTML for each category inside each template. So we are going against the one philosophy of Django, which is dry, don't repeat yourself. And now for this case we will use context processors. So here inside our app, let's create a new file and let's name this file context processors.py, and you can name this file anything, okay? But as we are going to put all the context processors inside this context processors.py file, so that's why I am naming it context processors, so in the future we don't have any confusion. And here a context processor is simply a Python function, and you can name this function anything, but I will name it categories. And this function takes request as parameter. Like views, it also takes request as parameter, but a context processor function always returns a dictionary. So let's return here a dictionary. So let's return here a dictionary, and let's put a key username here, and let's set its value to Taranjot. So now here we have to tell Django as well that we have this context processor. And how we can tell Django? For that, inside the settings.py file, if you remember, inside the template settings, we have something called context processors as well. So here we have to register the context processor that we created. So for that, inside this context processor list, let's add here another item, and here first we have to write the name of our app, which is post. And is it post or post? So it's post, and then dot the name of the file in which we are having the context processors. So as we are having context processor inside context processors file, so let's write here context processors and dot then the context processor that we created. So as we created the categories context processor, so let's write here categories, and this categories is the name of the function that we created. Now as we are returning this dictionary and as we registered this context processor as well, so now whatever the data we have, the key value pairs inside this dictionary will be available inside all the templates. So here, as I am not passing this username key in any of the context inside any view, as you can see, but here if I try to access that username variable, so before this h1 tag, let's add here another h1 tag. Let's access the username key. Let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser, and here let's go to the home page. You can see that we are getting here the username key value Taranjot, and we are getting this username variable inside all the templates, because whatever the dictionary that the context processor returns, the key value of that dictionary is available in all the templates. So we don't have to pass this data inside any view. And here we have this username variable inside base.html as well. So let's access this username variable inside base.html. So let's put it before the pagination. Let's add here a h1 tag as well, username. So let's save this file. Now let's go back and refresh. So here before the pagination, you can see that we are getting here the username. So now as we know that context processor, whatever dictionary they return, we have that key value pairs available in all the templates. So here we can put this categories list inside that function, and we can pass this categories list inside this dictionary. So let's write here categories, and let's pass here this category list. And here now inside each view, now we don't have to pass this categories list. So let's remove this key value pair from the home view and also from the post view, but and also let's remove this username variable that we are accessing in the base.html. Let's remove that, and also let's remove it from the index.html template as well. But you can see that I am not removing the code that we wrote to dynamically generate HTML for each category inside the index.html and inside the post.html. But as we are not sending categories list from the view, but we created a context processor for that. So now let's save this file. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh. Here if I open the drop down, you can see that now we are getting these categories, and if I go to the post page, there as well we are getting these categories. But here instead of repeating this code inside each template, what we can do is we can copy this code and we can put it inside the base.html here, and let's remove this block categories, and let's also remove the block categories from the post.html as well and the index.html as well. But now as we know that whatever the key value pairs a context processor returns is available in the all templates, so now it is also available in the base.html as well. So we are now accessing that categories list inside the base.html, and we are using for tag inside base.html. Now inside the base.html we are dynamically generating HTML for each the category. So now we don't have to repeat this code again and again in all the templates. So here now let's refresh back again, and here we are getting the categories in the post page as well. And if we go back to the home page, let's refresh, and here we are getting categories again in the home page as well. Now no matter how many templates we are going to add, when we will extend this base.html inside each template, in all the pages that we will have our navbar with categories. So I hope you guys understand what are context processors and how to create context processor and what problem they solve. So before starting this section, let's have a quick overview about databases so that if you're a complete beginner or someone who is learning backend framework for the first time and has never worked with databases, then this video will help you as you will go through this section. So let's talk about databases. So in the market there are many options available, but there are main two types of databases. First is SQL databases, also known as relational databases, and second is NoSQL databases. Now both of these databases have its own pros and cons, but as Django officially supports SQL databases, so everything we will talk about in this section or in this video will be related to SQL databases. So inside the SQL database or the relation database, we have a database and we store data inside database as tables. Let's say we want to store information about babies. So let's create a table and let's name that table babies. So on the screen you can see we are having here a table, and as I had told you that we store information, we store data inside tables. So let's add some data inside this table. So here we are having some data. Now each of these things, ID, name, parent, date of birth, is known as column or field. And we add data inside our table as row. So each of this data is known as row, or you can say record. Now to interact with our database, now to create table, to delete row from the table, to add a row inside table, or in simple language to communicate with database, we need a language, and that language is known as SQL. SQL stands for structured query language. And one more thing, that you can have more than one table inside your database, and in this course you will see, or in this section, that we will create more than one table and we will work with more than one table. So we know that to interact with database we need SQL, and SQL is not something that can be covered in single section or in single video of this course. SQL needs its own course. If you search on Google SQL tutorials, and here let's open any website, let's open this W3 schools website. Here you can see that SQL is a very long topic. And don't worry, you don't have to learn SQL if you don't know SQL, because in the next video I will show you a solution or tool that allow you to interact with database without need of SQL. And let's see some examples of SQL. So to retrieve data from the database, we have to write something like this. Select star from babies, which means retrieve all the data from the table babies. And to add row, to insert data inside the table, we have to write something like this, that insert into babies. Babies here is the table name. Then we write the column names and then the values that we want to insert. And don't worry, you don't need SQL. It's just a quick overview about databases. And to delete row, we write something like this, delete from babies. Babies here is the table name where name is equal to Tom. So we are saying here that delete the record, the row from the babies table where the name is Tom. And as I had told you before, you don't need to learn SQL. You don't have to worry about SQL, because I'm going to show you a tool, a solution that allow us to interact with database without need of SQL.